I see greens. I'm getting stuff set up while I'm freaking waiting so that we can continue. I'll check chat in a bit once it looks like it's stabilized. I'm sorry, you guys. Green is a stream thing too. Okay. My chat messed up, so I need to go look at this one. Okay. Okay, yeah, it definitely wasn't a question you were expecting, and it was most definitely not a question. You had studied when you were studying for the exam, right? Stream dead it was. Well, not that you really studied for the exam because of lack of available time. Oh no, oh no. Guessing I'm having internet issues based on the message. Yeah, it appears to be, and I'm so upset about it. Based on the message of being switched to offline mode because of issues while streaming data. And I was hoping that was going to clear it up, but is there something else that I can be turning off, or is it turning itself back on, or just let me know if there's anything else I can do to like get yeah, welcome back. No, I'm not. Yep, bandwidth limiting setting, if that helps, can set to lower rates in the sim. And so the one thing too is I just updated OBS. I've every time I come on and stream, I forget that there's an OBS update, and so I've been avoiding it. And then I hope that that's not it, but yeah, we'll see. It does. It seems like it keeps on coming and going, and it's just, I don't know. So sorry. Getting back to it. We overflew our thing. Since we're here, I'm just gonna quick finish story times. We'll get to the approach and then go. Because it's a full week that we're gonna get through here. So first day, I don't remember where I was for that story. I'm just gonna go like this so I can think a little bit. So the first day, had to take the other rental over to another airport to get the transponder checked. What am I looking at? Not that. To get the transponder checked and fixed because it didn't work. So that was going to be my job, to take it over there, and then I was going to hopefully get some cross-country time along that. So yeah, that was the plan. It ended up being windy and gusty AF, and that was fun. Got it. It was a bit of a short hop, so got it over there, taxied it up, talked to the person, and then the guy had to, he brought a little thing out. I didn't know, I assumed I was going to go study in the FBO, but I ended up hanging out while the guy did his thing. So I asked if I could, and he's like, yeah. So he brought a device out to check the transponder, and if it passed that, then it was good. It did not pass that. So he had to take it out, bring it in, opened it up, which was super cool. And so the knobs on the, no, this one doesn't have it. So it was old transponder, and the knobs had to be cleaned. There was a part that was broken, and he hooked it up to this thing that actually showed what it was transmitting. So like the numbers that were in that as we turned it and we saw as pilots on the transponder, it wasn't sending that out. It was sending out something completely different. One of the knobs wasn't even doing anything, and that was the one where one of the pieces was off. There was, I don't want to say corrosion, maybe it was the corrosion. The white, shoot, I can't remember what he said. The white stuff, the red stuff is rust, and the white stuff is something else. So he had to figure that out, and I watched him clean it and do all that stuff. And then he had to go do stuff, so I was just kind of looking around, hanging out. And then there was another guy there, and he started showing me how all this other stuff worked. And an oscillator, something or other, oscillometer or something like that. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, so he showed me a VNA, nano VNA that he had, and it detected like electrical pulses through wires and stuff. And then he showed me this oscilloscope. He showed me. They have like a new one of that, and so that like tests the like frequencies and stuff. And then he had like an old one with like the green stuff and the green display. Yeah, so that was cool. And then I went so that was a different guy, cool, learned stuff from him, cool stories. And then the other guy came back and was finished working on the thing. He had to put a whole new face plate on that transponder. He also mentioned that the altimeter, even though it's not for IFR, should probably be checked again at some point. But yeah, so he put a whole new faceplate on it, got it working again, signed it off, good to go. Put it in. I also noticed as I was in there, number one instructor's plane was in there, and I think that he was going to be putting autopilot in there, so I sent a picture of it to him and was like, it had the like eye emojis, and he's like, is it done yet? And I had to ask, and it was like, oh, it's going to be this week or something. So he's getting the autopilot in, and up like the interior, he was getting refreshed, upgrade, I don't know. So yeah, so that was cool finding that out. And then yeah, I was gonna head out for some cross country time, but I headed into the FBO to go take care of some things, and I saw that my original multi instructor was in there, so I went and kind of whatever, chatted with him for a little bit because the reason why I was up at other training airport for MEI instead of there was because the multi trainer they had was, I found out it was totaled. I think yeah, it was totaled because it was somewhere for painting, and there was like an ice storm and the hanger fell on it. So I was so sad. They're still trying to find a new one. I heard that they were trying to get one from Honduras, but apparently they're not going to go there. And I found this out. So I did. I asked about. I had talked to owner of the 172 and the Baron at work airport, and he had said, "Oh yeah, he'd go, he'd do it." And I was like, "Oh, okay, that's perfect." And so I talked to while I was there, original MEI instructor, original multi instructor, and he was like, "Are you gonna get a concealed carry?" And I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that was potentially the issue." So yeah, so they're apparently, back then they were still trying to figure that stuff out and everything. So it was like, oh, okay, all right, bye. So ended up taking off, bumpy again and gusty AF, and it was it was straight down that runway, so that was fine. Oh, I forgot about two. Okay, hang on. So coming back, so as I was taking off, I almost felt like a helicopter as I was taking off because I was like climbing in that wind. So that was kind of cool, but also bumpy. So I started heading out to continue getting hopefully cross country on that. As I had been coming in, so this is again the second rental, not my baby, not my original, the plane that I started in, new one. I was coming in Howard Airport, so the radios weren't quite great. So I contacted Tower, couldn't quite understand, and I heard something, and I did. It was like I heard him contact me, but missed some stuff, had to contact him again. He said report something. He said something about a straight in, and then I thought he said report right base or something. I thought he said report something, and I read that back, and I was like, that's kind of weird. And then I realized as I was going, he probably said report this instead, like a 4-mile final or something. So I did that, and he cleared me to land, and I did. I was beside myself. So then I was, okay, so radios are kind of messed up too, maybe, or it's a me problem. So it worked fine on the ground, and then as I climbed out and was further off again, it wasn't great again. So, and then I put it onto the CTAFs, and I couldn't hear stuff from there really that well either. So it was I wasn't sure about that. I put it on the squawk list for to tell the owner at home airport when I got back. And I was like bumping along there, came back. There were a couple times I brought that throttle back for turbulence. Turbulence, penetration speed, maneuvering speed. Whether they're the same or not is the question. And yeah, it was there were some bumps. And came back, let owner know that about radio, and the transponder was good then, and I was supposed to be having lesson. Oh, actually, while I was there at the other airport, I got a text to call someone. And so I called while I was waiting, and it turns out some personally stuff. This is what happened. So I will say this month had like figuring out how to deal with personal life stuff while also trying to do career stuff. So got a call. I was going to be an aunt again, coming up soon. It was way too early for it, but baby was coming. So there were things where it was like, okay, so there's complications and issues. Should I go be with family, or do I need to continue working on my career stuff? And my initial reaction was, it sounds bad, like thinking about it, but like my initial reaction was like, well, I'll just go continue. Cause I don't know. Ultimately, the decision was made. I am going to go. I am going to take, basically I did. I ended up taking the week, went and was with family, healthy baby, healthy mama, now. So that's good. But it was my first moment of like, yeah, really, that was definitely not balancing the work life, finding that work life balance. And it did. So it was like a question of, am I going to leave the next day? Or then all of a sudden it ended up being, I am going to leave that night. And so it was like handling that, coming back, and then I have to be like, okay, I have a student that it was my instrument student at home airport. And it was like, okay, am I good for that? And it did. It ended up being, you know what? Plus it was gusty and everything. So we decided we're just going to do some ground. He was cool with just doing some ground. So that was good. And then, yeah, went home, packed, left. And then, yeah, I had to, let all my other students know that I was going to be not around for the week. And my, MEI instructor, I wasn't going to be around too. And it was very wishy-washy. Weren't sure when we were going to actually come back or anything. So yeah, it was good. I'm glad that I went, obviously got to spend time, with new baby and everything, and had some like, yeah, when we weren't at the hospital, went and did like, explored a little bit, did some restaurant-y things, and it kind of reminded me, oh yeah, there is stuff in life other than the grind of going between airports and then coming home. So yeah, it was interesting, and it was good, and all good now. And then yeah, it was still tough mentally, because it was like, I'm losing a whole week of not flying. So especially like once I got back, once everything was good, and it wasn't like, I'm glad I was there in case anything happened. Once everything was good, got home and everything, and then other stuff starts happening, because like there's always weather and there's planes down and stuff like that. That was a whole week that I could have like gotten flying and everything. Anyway, so that was that. And I think that's it. So we'll get back. So moving back. You literally didn't have time to study for the exam because the way that flight safety did it, once you completed the final exam, they scheduled the FAA exam for you, and the FAA exam would be like 3 or 4 days later. But what? Like, can you, I don't know, like complain about that and be like, that's not right? I would hope, but I mean, I guess probably not. I guess it gets you into the mode of getting things done quickly, or cram studying, or no, that's not good. We don't want to be cram studying. Efficiency, yeah, that's what I'm going for. Yeah, well, that's tough that they put that on you like that, though. They wouldn't let you pass the final exam unless they were sure you were ready. Oh, okay, for the FAA. So as far as they were concerned, if you passed the final exam, you were ready for the FAA. Okay, I guess. I get that, I guess. That's fair. And then they throw you weird questions because of what they've heard you have a background in. Like, even if you make one little mistake on the flight plan for the final exam, they would fail you, and you would have to take the final exam again. I guess I mean fair. Like there is at a certain level, there does have to be a certain standard, right? So, okay, interesting. Set course to 167. Okay. Okay. Message distance to Ugmuff is 12.6. Okay, good. So we are going to, I don't know if we're gonna, yeah, no, it's fine. Fine, it's fine. Okay, we're gonna go. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna restart, we're navigating VNav and approach. Can I do that? Oh, this one. This doesn't have VNav, so I guess just approach mode. I'm just gonna go like that. I do. I have to learn like how to use this properly. All right, briefing the approach. So we're doing the, shoot, sorry, hang on, wrong approach. Three, two. So you guys can see it. I'll take the radar off, I guess, since we're not using that. Okay, approach is there. We are approaching Ugmuff. Correct, up to date. Approach course 322, runway length 5200, all that's good. Ugmuff. We're getting down to 3,000. I don't know if it's actually doing that. So one of the things in the Baron is it has the, you set, this is, okay, so this is what you order. And then there's like the little display that's got the green and the white. And that's what's on the table, is how the, oh, sorry, this, there, sorry, this. That's how what you order, and then there's a little display that shows you what's actually on the table. That's how owner of the Baron described it to me, and I like it. But I'm still learning how to properly order. So we're getting down to 3,000. Hopefully at a decent enough whatever. We got 5 miles, and then we have another 5 miles for the, what's it? We'll see what happens. And, okay, we're still here, right? My thing says we're offline. Oh, sorry. Affirmative, thank you. I think it's done that before, so, okay, sorry. The only reason they did that was they didn't want you going into the FAA exam making silly mistakes like that. No, absolutely. So they weren't going to pass you on the final exam unless they were sure you were ready, because they didn't want you to then fail the FA exam. Right, no, absolutely. No, that's fair. Okay, all right, watching. And thank you for letting me know. See, you're gonna have, it's just like piloting an aircraft or any other thing that it has gauges and status updates, is you gotta know, all right, my gauges are telling me one thing, are they faulty gauges or is something actually wrong? And I don't have yield for flight to, it's not attaching me to things. Shoot. We're coming up to the intermediate fix. So down here we have Ugmuff. We're on our way to Tasma now. I clicked the approach mode. I don't know if that's what I wanted. Okay, sorry. So apparently we can't do VNAV in this thing, so gosh darn it. Oh. Should have started the descent earlier. What? Oh, sorry. Shh. LNAV, VNAV. Mixture should be coming up every once in a while. I'm supposed to have flaps in at some point. I think this one I should be putting flaps in probably now-ish. We're gonna put props full. We're gonna go mixture full as well, just so we don't forget. Props full increases drag. Yeah, I'm aware, thanks. And now we can get down to 2,000 though. I'm gonna put a notch of flaps in before I do that. Put our gear, increase some drag, and decrease our descent. I don't know if we're gonna end up capturing the glide slope, so I'm just, yeah. Armed, but we missed it, so frick. Okay, so 780 for our what's it. And then last notch of flaps. Oops. 780 for our LNAV. Oh, nope. Oh, and this one doesn't show glide path anyway, and it's an LNAV, so never mind. Alright, so... What are you telling me? Oh, come into the altitude. So 1,000 from the altitude. 780 is our LNAV MDA. Okay. Blue line, sure, why not? Did I put the last notch of flaps in? No, I didn't. So, I don't feel comfortable having this, not looking at it. 95, 115 is what we want here. Yep, we're good here. And 95 as we're crossing the numbers. So, I'm gonna put last notch of flaps in. Oops. 3 greens, last notch of flaps. Mixtures props. I'm just gonna blue line or better, and then we'll get to 95. Oop, okay, landing. Oops, shoot. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I promise I could have salvaged that, and then my frickin' track IR. Okay. You know what? Where is chicken? I am just beside my frickin' self. This is just... I'm gonna go... Did we land or were we shot down? And this is why we do flight control travel. And we just ignore everything that... I mean, the approach was awful to begin with, but I promise I could have salvaged that. You know, I'm not doing that again. We're gonna start in the air. I'm sorry. Oh god. You have a sledgehammer if that helps. Oh god, for which part? Oh yes, exactly. No, the approach was awful. We, as usual, we were too high, and I was trying to figure out how to do like the VNAV thing, and didn't work. And so we did, as we were... I don't know if that one actually does the like advisory glide slope or anything, but we weren't at the capture altitude by the time we got there, so then I was doing stuff and it was... Anyway. So yeah. Medic! You literally have a sledgehammer right next to your desk. That's amazing. Is it like... Why? For funsies, or is it like a special sledgehammer? You were trying to figure out how I was gonna land that. We were way too freaking high. But I will say, if my yoke had had full travel, I would have been able to catch it. At least I assume I would have been able to catch it. But it hit chicken's seat, and so it didn't go anymore. And then all of a sudden my track IR went freaking nuts, as you saw. So I couldn't see what I was doing. Excuses. The approach should have been better regardless. But it is what it is. You literally... A great way to take care of pilot issues, yes! Oh, your leg, no, your back. How about everything? Sorry, oh my god, I'm really getting beat up by the sim today. I mean, that one was my own doing, but I'm so... IRL must be easier than this. There's things, but definitely, like, I would never have, like, tried to salvage that in real life. I would have been, like, and I'm a lot more focused on the plane and the flying and everything in real life than, not. than I am in here. I let myself be a little less focused in here than I usually am. Real life has its own things, and we'll kind of get to that. But yeah, it's connection issues and all that. I'm sorry. You used to drive a truck for a living, so you had it in the truck. You quit driving trucks in September of 2022, and you had nowhere else to put it, so now it's next to your desk. I mean, why wouldn't you? Although if I had a sledgehammer right next to my desk, I would be very tempted to make some very expensive mistakes. It'd feel good at the time, but I mean, why wouldn't you though? You've never used TrackIR before. I've never had an issue. I think, wait 1 second. I think it's just my my little headset here. It just it just slides down every once in a while, and maybe it's just the way that I have it set up. I always assume, especially in real life, I always assume it's a me issue. So yeah, it is. It's really nice, and clearly you could see that I can't fly when I don't have it. So you get a little too used to it. Probably why they don't let pilots live stream on Twitch while doing instrument approaches. Exactly. You gotta be focused. Sterile cockpit. Yeah. So, we're just gonna start here in the air. And we're gonna go off. Can I just go like that? Or preset off? No, custom, just off. Off. Okay. No. You have a tiller that has a hat switch, and you got into an argument with somebody on a forum about it because said person was wondering why the tiller should have a hat switch on it. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely certain what that means. He said if you can afford to buy the tiller, you can afford to get, afford to get TrackIR. The developer included the hat switch as an option because you were the one who suggested it in the first place, okay? So if you didn't like the hat switch, you could always just, I don't know, buy the dang thing without a hat switch, right? That's why it was an option. Fair. There are some things that, okay, well, I was gonna say, oh, frick. I hope this doesn't mess up. Okay. Okay, I'm going insane. For frick's sake. We're pausing so I can get everything together. Okay. What is happening? That's okay. And now when everything goes right, everything goes right. And when it doesn't, it doesn't. So, I'm gonna quick get everything set up and get us going on our way to the next one, and we'll see how well that works. Where are we going next? Okay. 56 about-ish. And we wanted to be at 6. Wow, I did that wrong. 7,000, 7,000, and then 6. Yeah, 7.7 is what we want. Holy crap! We do not want to be climbing at 4,000 feet a minute. Sorry. We're pretty close to, no, we'll go there. Okay. 7 to 7. Okay. Good. Holy, yeah. Okay. Mixtures, props, throttles. So, oops. 20, 25, 25. Oil pressure, temperature, what, we're gonna fill up so that we don't have any issues there. I don't have the energy for this. This only holds 51 gallons? Interesting. Okay, 25, 25 about-ish. Good, good, good. Whatever. I don't... I'm so over it. Hito heat. I keep clicking the mother... There's a... screw it. Turn off avionics, fine, anti-collision, strobe. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's that. Or turn... Okay. Alright. We'll see what happens. Gentle. Our nav is now armed, so it should let us just capture the thing. We're getting up to 7,000, and we'll remember to bring our throttles back this time, hopefully. I promise I fly better in an actual plane. So, arguments about buttonology, the best, right? So the hat switch allows you to, okay, pan your view around since you don't have tracker, right? Okay, yeah, mind you, you bought one of the first tillers because the developer was just starting to make them and asked for input, which was when you had suggested the hat switch. Oh, you're... it is. I was gonna say, I think earlier, I don't know if I like fully... It's so interesting, like, what people get bent out of shape about. And then as I was saying that, like, I've been getting bent out of shape about certain things recently. We'll probably get into that. So, yeah, I don't know, like... Yeah, I'll just leave that there, I guess. But yeah, certain things, just do, if you don't want it, don't get it, don't bother about it, it's fine. If it's not, if it doesn't affect you, don't worry about it. You're flying in a thunder and lightning, safe? No. I was gonna, like, usually I do the whole, I'm not sure, but I no. Not this time, not today. Oh. So my flight finally decided to connect. Thanks. Amazing. All right. Sorry. I'm gonna get to. Okay. So, did all that. Figured that out. Whatever. Moving on. Logbook. So after a week of family stuff, figured things out, got back to, oh my gosh, you know what I didn't, not that. There we go. Sorry. Okay. I don't know, there. There's no, it doesn't, see, I like having clouds because it makes it more dynamic, but whatever. Oh, okay, there we go. Zoom in a little bit. There, whatever. Okay. We're back. Okay. So, we'll run through this week. So, and it turned out too, my MEI instructor wasn't going to be around for that week either. So I think I planned for a solo. Yeah, that's what I did. I ended up planning for a solo for that week. So we'll get to that. So that didn't happen. That didn't happen. So for that week, I ended up trying to get my private student and my commercial student with the other over at home airport with the other CFI over there. Didn't end up working out, unfortunately. And then, yeah, moving on. So, okay. So I found, so, yeah. So, planned out the week. Had 2 days where I was going to be at home airport. 1 day. Yeah. 2 days I was going to be at home airport. 2 days I was going to be at work airport, I think. So I booked the 172 over at work airport for one of the days. And at some point, the other CFI over at work airport let me know that the alternator was on the fritz for some reason, and there was a whole saga. And so I was trying to like help and find stuff out and figure stuff out, because it had gotten taken over for maintenance while I was gone or on the weekend after I was gone. And again, whole saga. So I was hearing stuff secondhand from him as well as from another pilot. And so it was like after a full week of not being able to fly, and then I wasn't going to be able to fly that plane. Plus one of the planes. Oh yeah. So at, okay, sorry, screw it, whatever. So, my baby, the plane that I started out, I think I said last time it needed a new engine. So it got a new engine, but then it had to get broken in, so it wasn't going to be ready. So we were down to one plane at home airport and at work airport at this point. Plus, other people were trying to fly it. So there was like scheduling stuff. So out of 5 potential planes I could fly, I was down to 1 for one of the days, unless I could figure out how to get the 172 back up and running. So didn't end up happening. So I ended up slotting in a solo flight in the multi, which worked out fine on a day that was going to be beautiful, and then was able to slot in some time in the 150 as well, because I was at a point, I am trying to get to a certain spot, I'll get to that, a certain number of hours by a certain time at this point, and I needed to catch up. So I've been trying to fly as much as I can. So that was what I was figuring out at that point. So, day at work airport, home airport, sorry, was Yeah. Enthusiastic private student went first. We did slow flight recovery, flight in various configurations, and airspeeds. So when I got my CFI, I was still using the PTS. Very soon after I got mine, they switched it to the ACS. So the practical test standards for instructors, and then now it is the airman certification standards for instructors. So they have a thing now where it's like actually teaching flight in various configurations, which I've kind of done before, but I hadn't done, like specifically done for my students. So I decided to start doing that with my couple of private students that I have left. So we did that. And then I don't know if we did an emergency descent, then we did pattern work and short hill takeoffs. Excellent, amazing, moving on. Then we were, I also flew with, yeah. Oh, yeah, so at home airport, we were in the rental aircraft, the second rental aircraft, because the IFR capable one is the one that was down at the time. So with my instrument student, it was interesting. So it was a different configuration of avionics, including a different GPS that could do LPV, but it's definitely not IFR capable, and we kind of found that out, but also it was good to get that practice. So we were getting familiar with the aircraft and avionics, and again, it was one of those practical applications of flying instruments. Being rated as an instrument pilot does not mean you can fly any aircraft on instruments, especially in like nasty situations. So getting used to the performance of that aircraft, it has a climb prop, so that was interesting, as well as the different configurations and how those things, how the instruments are going to display certain things and what you have to do in order to make it do what you want it to do. So, did an RNAV approach with an initial approach fixed hold on the missed approach, and then we did the same RNAV with a straight-in landing, and did ATC delay vectors, apparently, probably to let him have a bit of time. So, next. Yeah, so it was that next day. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that was the whole plan. I had it planned out. The next day, weather was bad, so I didn't have anything planned for that day, and I was getting back to stuff. So that was when I found out, oh, the 172 is gonna be down. So I ended up slotting in another solo flight for MEI practice. So that was good. What did I work on? All the things. Slow flight recovery and steep turns. And yeah, I think that was when I couldn't figure out like what I was doing wrong with the steep turns, because it wasn't doing what I wanted it to do, and I didn't like it, and I was getting so frustrated. And then I kind of figured it out a little bit better and more. So that was good. And then, yep, went and did, looks like ATP cross country, as per usual. And I went and practiced a VOR approach with a DME arc and went missed. And my track looks like a big old snake or something, or a worm munching on something. I thought that was funny. And then after that, that was that day / evening. And then was supposed to have a day of, another day at home airport, but canceled for weather. So with my enthusiastic private student, we had to, so he failed his written test initially. So we had to go through his written test. I have to re-sign him off, or I have to sign him off actually this time, because he's been doing sporties, and I've never had an issue with people doing sporties, but I heard, and now I implement, that so Sporties requires 80% passing on 2 practice tests. I have heard, and now I implement, that you need to be at consistently 90 plus on those practice tests before going. Because I've had people not do great just getting that 80%. So that was, I've had some get really low, and then now I've had one who failed. So now I have to be the one to sign him off on his test. So we went over a bunch of stuff, and I have been, since that happened, I've been asking him specific questions about the stuff he's gotten missed, and he gets it right, but then, yeah, it is. It's just we went over it very thoroughly, and so I signed him off again, but I told him to continue studying. He's been having a tricky time trying to get that 90. He finally did get a 90%, so now we're getting close to where he's going to be able to go take that, get it done with, and then I'm not sure at the moment whether I want to get him soloed or I'm going to pass him off to the other instructor and let him solo him and continue with him, because I'm starting to get student heavy again, but we'll see. Anyway, so we worked on ground, and then I was supposed to start again with student at home airport who has her own plane, which was its own saga, but we were going to start again, get her back into her plane. She went and got her private and everything, and now we're working on her instrument. I don't know how far that's going to go, but we'll see. Her plane isn't great for the instrument work anyway, but the stuff that is, there's tricky stuff there. But anywho, so with enthusiastic private student, went over his stuff, and the weather was not looking good, so ended up just canceling with student with her own plane. So we had a nice chunk of time to go over stuff with private student, and then ended up canceling. So commercial student was supposed to have lesson with commercial student as well, and it wasn't looking good, and we ended up like talking long enough where it looked like maybe it was okay, but also it was like right there. So I ended up saying, you know what, just we're not gonna do it. I don't want to like give him bad habits right away. So then so then the next was supposed to be okay. Hang on, so we're gonna get through this. So the next day was supposed to be at work airport, and I needed to do the GPS updates, because I'm GPS girl, updating all the aircraft. Got a text from another pilot saying, hey, how do you update the Baron, and told him all the stuff. And then he's like, well, I'm actually already over somewhere, so like he can't use the computer or the adapter, but he had stuff apparently to do, and he figured it out. So that was good, and hopefully he's got a certain job where he flies a couple of different cool planes, and they're kind of down right now. So he said in the past that I could come with at some point, but they're currently down, so haven't been able to do that. We'll see what happens. So was able to get all the GPSs updated. The Mooney that went fritzy over the winter, he still hasn't re-gotten databases, so I didn't have to do that. Didn't have to do the Baron. Waited to do the 172 because it was down. There was something wrong with the alternator. So what I found out was it was showing 0 amps in cruise for the other instructor, and it went and got maintenance, and then when it was being brought back, it was still showing 0. It started fine, but it was still showing 0 amps in cruise, and the avionics weren't working, so the GPS wasn't turning on, the stuff with the avionics master switch. And that seems so weird that only the avionics master switch, or like the stuff that was connected to the avionics master switch, wouldn't turn on. So I was asking a home airport owners to like see if they had any thoughts, and he was thinking it was like the voltage adapter potentially, because the alternator, voltage adapter is pretty cheap, and then the alternator is pretty not cheap. And then apparently there was something where the alternator that was in there was like difficult to find. So the A&P who was actually working on it, he was looking at serial numbers, and his plan was to take the alternator out and bench test it and figure out what they were going to do. And so it was still down. And so I was going to save those GPS updates until I could add the time that gets ticked on. The Hobbs switch comes on with the master switch. So I will take those 0.1 hours that it's on while I'm doing the GPS updates. So was supposed to have, I was supposed to have lesson with instrument student over there, consistent instrument student, but we had to fly the 150 because the 172 was down. So we did that. So that was like getting familiar with that. Got bumped around, I think. Let me actually look. So we weren't sure how long the 172 was going to be down. So if it was going to be down for a while, we were going to have to be in the 150 for a while anyway. And if he went and practiced his flows and stuff, I wanted to make sure he was good with the 150's setup. So we practiced VOR tracking, we did ILS and missed approach to a hold. ILS again, circled the land, and then we did RNAV, circled the land again, as well as the familiarization with those particular avionics. So then I'll come back because the next story is, so pausing. So then also went with, sorry. There, that one, no. Yes, that one. Okay, so then, after student, okay. So I need to preface this one. I was on my way to MEI training airport that day. I had gotten a call from owner first I got a text from owner, first I got, whatever order it was in. I got a text from owner of the Baron, and he said, if you were, would I be available for a Baron flight this weekend? And I said, yes, absolutely. Then I get a call going to MEI, and it was the same day. So I got a call from MEI training airport, on my way to MEI training airport, I got a call from owner at home airport who said, hey, he doesn't know all the details, but there's a potential long trip that, whatever needed something. I don't know. And so I was like, okay, yeah, sure. I'll send me the person and I'll talk to them and get all the details. Turns out it was the same trip. And they were whoever was trying to get the trip, it was just, they were trying to figure out options. And I won't go into full details with it, but it was just, there was oh good, it's a different airport. Well, we're 15 miles out, anyway. So it was all in flux, trying to figure out, they didn't know what was gonna happen. It was just, maybe it wasn't gonna happen, maybe it was. And it was just, would something be available in order to make things happen. So I was really hoping for Baron trip, but owner of Baron was hoping not for Baron trip because he was leaving for a Europe trip the next week, a 10-day trip to Europe, and for work, and he had stuff to get done, so he was hoping it wouldn't. So I wasn't sure. So it did. It came to, again, this day. So that was all in flux. And then had work airport day where I went with instrument student in the 150, was getting him familiar with stuff, and then I was gonna get more time that evening to, yeah, just keep myself going. And so I went and flew ATP cross country, and I practiced. Oh, I got my 1400th hour, yay! And I got ATP cross country. I worked on commercial maneuvers, Chandelles, lazy 8, steep spiral to a power off 180. Did not go well. And then I went with my dad again, and we went, and I feel, yeah. So I was just kind of letting him fly while I was like kind of figuring out the very next day what was happening there. The Barron trip did go through, so we were planning that. Okay, when are we, like, when's wheels up time? What's happening there? How are things? Yeah. So once I got all that handled, figured out, then actually was doing the instruction stuff. So slow flight and hover with my dad, showed him a power off 180 and things like that. And then had to be done and go get ready for the next day. So go to sleep, wake up again, get all ready, because I need to be a professional pilot at some point, or look like a professional pilot, act like a professional pilot. So we did. We got there. I got there a little early, started pre-flighting. Owner showed up, talked about stuff, went over stuff, and I don't fly the thing enough to really get the flows down as much as I could and should. I should be doing it in here, but clearly that went well. And then the one thing I will say, it was good, and I enjoy him, and I appreciate his instruction and advice and all this. There is a little part of me where it's like, I feel a little bit rushed when we're flying together. 'Cause like he won't. So as an instructor, I have to kind of like let students do stuff. Like they're gonna be a little slower than I am because I'm used to that stuff. And so I just have to let them figure it out. If I give them enough time, they're gonna figure it out. And when time doesn't matter, they need to be able to figure that out. So, but, and again, I'm not like faulting the owner / instructor, for that, because I should be at a level where I'm a little bit faster at things. So that's kind of frustrating. But there are certain times where it's like, if he would just like give me like 1 or 2 seconds more, I would be fine. Like plugging in stuff and doing stuff and whatever, it's just 1 or 2 seconds more, that's all I need. And so, what was the other thing? And then there's other times where I'll start doing something, and he'll be like, oh yeah, do that, do this. Like, I already said that's what I'm gonna be doing. But I digress. Anywho, but again, it is, like, we were like, it is a, like, not professional flight, but like, seeing how things actually have to go over. It's not a training flight. So, actually doing the things, getting the things, whatever. And it was good to actually, again, the Barron flights that I've done before have all been short hops. Having some time to get everything like sort of like locked in, and have a little breath to look around and stuff is good. Anywho, so that happened. We flew, weather looked great, so we flew, did that, did an approach, landed it, fine. And then we had to wait. Waiting, because we thought there was a potential we'd be able to take off right away, turn and burn, didn't work. And then we had to wait, and then there was some other stuff in there. So we were each working on our stuff while we were sitting and waiting. And then got the... Why? Why does it do this? From the VOR. Screw that. We're gonna go select approach. In case you can see it. We'll do 36. Enter. Kiesel. I turned it off. I turned it off earlier. Why did it turn back on? Where is it? I'm sorry. No. No. Sorry. I turned it off earlier. Why did it turn back on? Of course, it comes back in when I'm yelling. Are we back? Okay, we're just gonna leave it like this. Let me look. Good, question mark. I'm sorry. So, I was, alone. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna do that and hope it works. So, yeah, so, I'm gonna do that. So, okay, yeah, I'll quick finish this story. I'll get back to chat. I'll attempt to do the approach better. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Nothing has been going right today, so I'm not gonna say that at all, that we're actually gonna do stuff correctly this time. So, anywho, yeah, so did the flight, everything went fine. It was a little bumpy, so we ended up climbing up a little bit, and for like a little bit because we already had to head down again. Ended up actually going back to home airport, work airport. We were gonna head to a different airport, but apparently it was the same distance for them to drive from work airport, so it worked out that we just ended up there instead of having to take off again and come back again. Good, and then yeah, worked out. That was good. And then put the plane away and yeah, hung out for a little bit afterwards, and then yeah, went home. And that was that. There we go. All right, back to chat for a second. I'm just leaving this stuff for now because okay, coming back. You're back. Okay, sorry. You had to take ribs out of the oven, throw the barbecue. What sauce on it, and throw the ribs back in the oven. I can smell them now. And you do it all the time in the sim. Mind you, you don't know what you're flying. Real world, definitely not. In the simulator, can't be bothered to wait. I mean, like, it is. One thing I do like is the certain level of realism where you can do dumb stuff that does end up very poorly. Case in point, sorry. Case in point, earlier. And learn from it. Don't do that. This is why we don't do that, sort of a thing. So, yeah. You know, you knew of another streamer who was taxiing out for departure, and because it was thunderstorming at the departure, taxied off somewhere to wait it out. When the weather didn't clear, taxied back to the ramp and canceled the flight. And that is one of the things where I tell my students too, and I hope that I don't get bad habits for doing certain things somewhat more flippantly and unfocused in the sim, and then taking that to real life flying. So doing that, making those decisions, doing the same thing in the sim that you would in real life is probably a good idea as well. So it is. Yes, everything is simulated, but it can translate to your life. So yeah, anywho, apologies once again, as per usual, this frickin' stream for whatever keeps going on. All right. So there, that was that week. And then just let me double check and see what's next. It's not 2 more weeks, is it? One, two, three, four, 5. It is 2 more weeks. 1, 2, 3. Really? like I said, we're gonna be bombing around over there anyway. Words. I can't say because I don't. It's okay. You know what? I feel like we're making somewhat okay progress, kind of maybe, but we'll see. Okay, so you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get everything set up the way that we need to. We're going to Heasel. We're going to load it. Enter. Yes. There's no glide slope in this freaking plane. We're going to Heasel. Sorry. Did I click load or did I click activate? I swear that I clicked load. Whatever. Whatever. I'm so sorry. You're seeing my like not so slow descent into freaking madness right now. Whatever. I don't care. It's fine. Go down to 3,000. We're gonna end up doing a procedure turn, so there. Altitude down. We're gonna start it out nice like that. Okay. There. And my posture has been suffering as well, being cramped up in a little cockpit for too freaking long. I don't know. I don't care. What is this? Whatever. So done. So done. Okay. We'll see what happens. All right. It's turning, monitoring. We're going down. Hopefully, normally. So that'll take us there. Have our descent. I do have the correct whatever up, right? I hope. All right. So we're going to be heading to Heasel. It's going to take us into the hold. We'll come back in 3,000 and then down to 2,600. So we'll have to bring ourselves down to the 2,600 after we cross the fix the second time, Heasel. So cross the fix, stay at 3,000 for the procedure turn, cross Heasel again inbound, down to 2,600 to intercept the glide path, which again we don't have on this freaking aircraft apparently. Yeah, okay. We're on nav. Can I arm the approach? Apparently not. Okay. All right. I do. I apologize. I appreciate you guys very much. And we're gonna hopefully do this better. Oh, speaking of. Oh, okay. You know what? So as we're doing this, we're gonna do the things. I wrote things down for the Baron, since we're like at a place where we can actually do that now. As we're descending, we are bringing it slowly back. Like a bit at a time, inch at a time. I mean, we're going really fast here, so I am actually gonna like because, well, I mean, we're descending at 900 feet a freaking minute. Going like that, gradually bringing the mixture back in as well. I started a little note journal for planes, what I'm supposed to do. So for the Baron, oh, crap. Yeah, okay. I actually meant to come into the sim. Also, I'm gonna go like this for a second, just because I need to. Okay. Yep, I thought so. Silly. Okay, there we go. There and there. Okay. So I did. I meant to get into the sim very soon after that Baron flight, so that I could like I can't enforce the flows and procedures and whatever that I had done with the owner, and I ended up not. And again, not like not streaming it or anything, but just practicing it myself. And I've also been meaning to practice the my MEI stuff as well, flows in the sim. I haven't done that either. What? I am not entirely certain what this thing is doing, to be honest. Apparently I can't arm the approach right now. It put us onto the localizer path. Why? Oh! So it took us from the airport, so it took us flying over the airport to the initial approach fix instead of direct to the fix. And this is why we always double check what is our GPS actually doing and telling us. I need sustenance. Maybe I'm getting hangry. All right. Good. Gonna keep bringing that throttle back because we're working down to our flap speed, our initial flap speed of 158 knots. Gear is 138, and the second notch flaps is 139. So we're chilling. Sorry. We're cleared for the approach. So we put our taxi light on. Actually, landing light for the approach and taxi for landing. Yeah, that. We'll go with that. Alright, so it's gonna give us a parallel entry, it looks like. Yeah, parallel entry. I think I can do a first notch of flaps. Shoot, that wasn't the right button. I'm gonna try something. Okay. No. We'll do that after we cross the fix, I guess. Sorry. There's our turn. Gradually bringing in those mixtures. Mixtures full, props full. Actually, oh no, not props full. Hang on. In the Baron, the owner said do that with the prop sink. And I think that's like near the FAF. ILS 959. Weather's 310, so 36 is fine. Or wind is 310, sorry. All right, let's double check things since we have the time now. Descent power as required, mixture ridge, cowl flaps close. Pull to close. Defrost or de-ice oxygen. AS AWAS altimeter, we didn't do the altimeter because we're on standard. Ooh, okay. So, brake pedal test, landing light on, autopilot goes off, the red button, the AC goes off, and 2 clicks for the trim, yaw damper goes off, okay, the yaw damper goes off with 2 clicks to the trim, and prop sync goes off when you put props full forward. I feel like we could go gear down at this point. All right, so now we can go to 2,600. Oh. You. Okay, so it switched it to V-Log for us. That's cool. Getting down to 2,600, make sure it captures it. Autopilot's doing what we want it to do. GPS appears to be doing what we want it to do. Right, so there's 2,600, it's holding. And now with the approach, it should follow it down, question mark, and if it doesn't, whatever. So, coming to Obby. Obby is where we should start descending on the glide slope, if it does, to our straight-in minimums 960. Okay, why? I'm aware, thank you. I'm hearing things and I don't like it. That's what I was gonna say. It seems a little bit weird that the speed was that low for the power setting it was and the configuration it was, but whatever. Okay. All right, cleared for the approach, or sorry, cleared to land, taxi light. Made our call, blah, blah, blah. We'll see if it captures that glide slope and actually follows it to our 959. Can you stop? There. 2,000 RPM, that's what we're gonna, or sorry, manifold pressure. Coming up on it, so props forward, prop sync off, 3 greens. All right, are you gonna take me down? Glide slope, approach. All right, we are descending on the glide slope, 959. Bring that power back. gonna go direct 15. Make sure it's continuing, it's maintaining. 1,000 from our, shoot, I don't know, hang on. Why did it yell at me? 2,000, 959, yeah, 959. No, what? I don't know why it yelled at me. Oh, because it was departing from the altitude I had set, which we're gonna set the 1,500, or you know what, 3,000. Oops. Can I click altitude and switch the thing without messing this up? I'm not gonna try it, never mind. So what I was gonna do is I was going to switch the altitude hold to the missed approach altitude, the second missed approach altitude, to be ready to go, if necessary. Alas, 1,000 to minimums. Really? Okay, sure. Yep. Sorry, cheating. Autopilot goes off at some point. AC is off, always has been. Always has been. Oh, passengers are happy now. It's probably because we crashed and reincarnated. 2 nautical mile final. Does that jive? Okay. I'm so paranoid that something I have set over here is going to be messing us up. Like if I had 500 to 600 foot per minute descent and it needed like a 700, 800 foot per minute descent, what are you doing? I'm going to end up all messed up. Even more so than I already am. Brakes pedal test. 138 for final launch of flaps. So once we get... Looking good. I don't know what, minimums and then put the second notch of flaps in? I don't remember. 115 on final, 95 over the threshold is what we're gonna try and aim for. Again, different settings for this plane versus the Baron, but that's what we're gonna use. Alright. Got it made. Autopilot's gonna have to come off at some point. We're at minimum, so I'll go ahead and click it off. Oh! Chickens. Never mind, I'm gonna focus. My rudder pedals hitting the table, my freaking yoke hitting chicken's table. But it's fine. You know what? Here's the thing. I have known this. This is a thing. This is a usual thing for me. And so this is a runway. Okay, we're gonna cross the runway and use the whole frickin' runway apparently. Sorry, so unnecessary. Grass taxi, screw it, I don't care. Oh, where am I? Apparently I'm here. You know what? I guess I'm gonna cross in the runway at Bravo and whatnot. Clear of 1129er, since that's the one that we crossed. And now we're taxiing over here. Even though I can't freaking see! Oops, sorry. It's not a Heidi stream without a grass taxi. Taxiing back. That's not there. Crossing 1836 on Bravo, I assume. Hang on. No, we're on Alpha right now. No? Okay, so I landed there, and then I went there, and then I went there. Yeah, I'm on Alpha. I shouldn't be crossing any other runways. Why are we crossing a runway? Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm sorry. Madness, I tell you. Going back down for 3-6. All right, 3-6, Alpha, good. We're gonna take off, we're gonna depart, I'll do this thing. Oh, get rid of that, I guess. Boop and boop, good. We could also probably make sure that we did all the things that we were supposed to do. After landing, our flaps can go up, our mixtures can go back for a little bit. Flaps up, fuel pumps unnecessary, cowl flaps open. It never says what to do for takeoff. It doesn't say, it doesn't say. Cowl flaps are open for start, and they stay that way, they stay that way. They stay that way. They stay that way. And they're open on the climb. Sure, okay, sounds good, whatever. And then close it on cruise. Okay, sure, sure. Sure. Except for the descent. Descent, we have them closed as well. So closed in cruise, closed for the descent, open for taxi, and climb out. Okay, that's what we'll go with. So, fuel pumps, don't need. Cowl flaps open, strobes off, landing light, we're leaving everything on. Taxi light, de-ice, pitot heat, heater, mixture as required. Trim for takeoff. I haven't done anything with the trim, probably should, but, well, I've been using the autopilot, so transponder, okay. Pre-takeoff. Flaps, 0. Double check. Okay, good. Props, high RPM, mixture best power, fuel pumps off, transponder, heading bug. Oh yeah, we didn't do any of that. Okay, mixture out. Okay. So, CDI, we're going to flight plan, flight plan, cursor. Oh, this thing ticks me off. Yes. This! I don't understand! Sorry. All the things that go wrong. It's not necessary. Oh my god. I could retitle the streams, I would call this my crabby stream. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you see what I am seeing? What? Why? don't want to go back there. Yes. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna go up to, we're going that way. So 6,000. Oh. We'll figure that out later. Okay, good. Did that. Our course is gonna be slightly 304. Right? Yes. Ooh. Yep, this way. Yep. That jives. And we'll make our heading that. Our heading. Well, you know, no. We're gonna do a 304 minus 30 is 274. We'll make that our heading, because that's what we'll put our autopilot on heading mode so that we can intercept the course. Okay, good. Okay, that's good. Okay, good. Everything working? Okay, I think we're good. So now that we have all of those things figured out, now we can go ahead and pre-takeoff once again. Flap 0, we double check that, props, mixture, fuel pumps, transponder, heading bug, AC off, doors, windows, pitot heat, de-ice, landing lights, strobes, time note, brakes release. Good, okay, so clear left, clear right, departing 3-6 to the northwest. Thank you, ForeFlight. Yeah, so sorry, I think I already complained about that, so I won't again. All right, 3-6 confirmed. Keep the aircraft on the runway until the red line. All right, and up. Positive rate, gear, wrong button, sorry. Jump scare. All right, gears in transit. Maintain a 3-6 heading for now-ish. Once we get 400 feet up, we'll turn on our autopilot. Pitch down a little bit, get to that blue. Bring 25 and 25. Okay. Hang on. Full power, not climbing. Not sure what the deal is. My gear up. Trying to turn back to the runway while maintaining about blue. Both engines are still running. I don't have autopilot on. Low pressure temperature. I'm over it. I'm so over it. We'll start in the air again. There's probably something I was doing, but I cannot be bothered. at this point. So we'll go there, and we went up to cow. We're gonna start in the air. I'll look back on it and try and figure it out from what I can see there. I'd say maybe it's density altitude, but we have it set on absolutely normal everything. Like I said, again, probably something that I did wrong. But I don't know. Oh, wrong. Alright. Now that we're not gonna overstress the aircraft, now let's figure out what all our settings need to be at. 22. Green. Not that. Yeah, and that was just dumb. I kept nosing down to bring my speed down like a dumbass. See what happens when you get stressed and just everything things happen, and this is why we have our I am safe and why we don't fly stressed over it. Greens are good. That's good. That thing is not moving. Sorry, wrong button. Gear. Cow flaps closed. Taxi landing light off, strobe, navs we're gonna put on, anti-collision. Okay. Alright, so got our nav on, vertical speed is taking us down to 6,000 feet. Our power is set. I don't know why the gauges on here are different than when we're outside of the plane. We filled up on fuel because I ain't bothering with that either. Okay. I think we got it. I do. I'm sorry. Back to it. We'll see what happens. All right. Actually, we'll let ourselves get down to 6,000 and then we'll be good. Alright. I think that's good-ish. Question mark. We'll see what happens. Alright. Okay, back at it. So, I'll try to blast through these couple, what am I doing? Oh, interesting. Weird. Okay. So, last couple of weeks. No, that's not what I wanted. All right, so had that. Is that it? No, that's not it. This is it. Over here. Okay. So, did that. Okay. So, my plan. So I did. I hit my 1400th hour, and my plan was to get to 1500 by the end of June. That was kind of always the plan for whatever reason. And so the plan then kind of became, I was made aware that my Discovery flight anniversary is at the end of June, June 28th. So that became the new goal date. And then it turns out I'm gonna have a thing that, so June 28th is a Sunday. I have a thing that weekend, so I'm not gonna be able to have that time to do it. So it's gonna be sometime the middle of that week is my goal. So with the week that I had lost at the beginning of the month, I was like, and all of the stuff that kept happening, weather, planes being down, things like that, I decided I wanted to basically do as much as I could when I could and just kind of cram it out as much as possible, so that if and when things came up, like weather or maintenance and stuff like that, I wouldn't be so so yeah, it was at like, I would need before that first week of May, I needed like 15 hours per week to get to that 1500 by my goal. After that week, it was like 18, which isn't that much difference, but like it is. I didn't want to have anything go wrong, and yeah. So I ended up cramming out a lot. So I think most of it is just like, yeah, pretty easy stuff. I assume weather was one day, so I didn't do that day, and then I had, okay, so my private student at work airport has to take some time off, so I'm not with her right now. And then my inconsistent instrument student had to take some time off, so I haven't been flying with him. So I was like, well, I'm gonna just get my time in. So when I schedule my instrument student, my other instrument student, my consistent instrument student, I also schedule myself and go get cross country time because I needed that, and yeah, just getting that extra time. It's a lot easier for me to, like with students, they take like 15 minutes, half an hour, depending, sometimes an hour to do stuff. And it's like I can be very efficient with stuff and really utilize my block that I sign up for. So I actually get the hours in rather than sitting on the ground doing stuff. So I had one of those days. Oh, the 172 at work airport apparently got figured out, so was able to utilize that one. Yay, amazing. Did ATP cross country, practiced my slips and commercial maneuvers, 8s on pylons on power off 180s, because I realized that I am a little rusty on my commercial stuff, trying to instruct my commercial students. So I figured when I get the time and the opportunity, I'm going to practice those myself. Then had lesson with instrument student, and that was that day. Okay. So we did ILS to a missed approach and hold, ILS straight in, RNAV circle to land. Oh, yeah, yeah. RNAV circle to land, ATC clearances, procedures. I don't know what I wrote. Something headings and vectors to final. RNAV, including emergency procedures. Oh! I have no idea. Emergency procedures, equipment failure, and lost comms. So started introducing the emergency stuff to, so we had been working on just normal stuff, and then we started getting to the emergency stuff with my instrument student. So this is the first one, my first instrument student that I'm starting from scratch. I had inherited my other instrument students. Okay, then had another day at work airport, so my own flying, flew by myself, got cross country. Oh, so I filed, chased some clouds, that was fun. I asked for a block altitude, and this is the first time ATC asked why, and so I was like, well, I want to get some actual, and it's slightly like smoother above the clouds, and they're just like, all right. So I was like, okay, that was strange. I practiced, well, I got my clearance on the ground, which I usually do, and when I got my clearance, usually they say void, sorry, yeah. I had been teaching my students void if not off in 10 minutes, call with intentions no later than 20 minutes, time now, blah, 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 Zulu. So what I got was void if not off by blah, blah, Zulu, call with intentions no later than blah, blah, Zulu, and time now, blah, blah, Zulu. So that was different, and I started practicing that with my students. I implemented that. And then, so at the end of the call, clearance is like, release for departure or whatever, have a good flight. And I go, you too, have a good day. She laughs at me and says like, sorry about that. And I was like, I get it, it's fine. Did an RNAV approach, canceled IFR in the air, but still continued. Had some traffic things, but it was fine. And then filed again. I wanted some more actual, so I I asked for the opposite runway than what was favored. And right at the end I got a particularly chunky cloud that I went in that kind of did throw me off a little bit. I ended up a little bit off my heading and such, so that was interesting, and that's when I kind of ended it, canceled, did the approach, circle to land, just to still get that practice in. All right. Then so had to do in my syllabus that I made based on what Friendstructor told me to have back in my double I training. I had my student, we were going to do Victor Airway stuff. So we tracked the Victor Airway tracking, including ATC vectors to intercept. Did a VOR for the straight in, an ILS straight in, VOR again for a circle to land because wind switched and then the pattern traffic decided to switch. So we got told to enter a downwind, so we ended up doing that. And then we practiced emergency procedures again, lost comms, and introduced the partial panel for the RNAV approach, and we did missed because the partial panel didn't go that well. We did a hold, and then we did the RNAV back in the other way for a straight-in partial panel, and that went better. At the same time, there was a lot of traffic stuff where we had gone to do those in the Victor Airway into the ILS, VOR, whatever, including we got to see a C-130 come in, and that was cool. It was just, I guess, out practicing or something. And yeah, that was cool. Anywho, so did that. Next, flying through them. Ha 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 ha, plane jokes. Then had a day at home airport. So home airplane was still down. It needed to be broken in. So when I'm practicing with students, non-instrument students, right now my enthusiastic private student needs pattern work. So that new engine, they don't want us doing pattern work, pulling the throttle out, pushing it back in, pulling the throttle out, pushing it back in. So we were in the other plane still. So we hadn't done slips. Slips came up on his written test. So we did that. Slips, we practiced that at altitude as well as doing forward slip to landing, plus putting that into perspective with crosswind as well. So we did crosswind correction and takeoffs and landings for that. Had lesson with, that was, so finally got back into the plane with a student that has her own plane. It's been a bit, so it took a bit, and the plane had been sitting for a bit outside, so there was all the stuff where we need to make sure, check for nests, check the fuel, make sure there's no water in it. There was absolutely no water in it, which was kind of surprising, but the owner mentioned they might have redone the seals on the fuel caps on that one, so good. Had to put it on the battery charger for a little while, and then had to fuel it up. So that took a long time, plus she needed to just take just a little bit of time. So we had a very short lesson because all that took a while, and I had a lesson after that, plus it was a little gusty, plus she was getting the rust off. So we did pattern work as well as it was a little bit gusty and crosswindy beyond her personal minimums, but since she was with me, she was okay. Then had a lesson with instrument student. I'll get back to chat in a little bit. 1 second, I'm sorry. I just want to get through this week. No, not that one. This one. Yeah. Ended up... Okay, so we were... So again, the plane that we were flying is not instrument equipped, and we found out, I forgot, that this one is also not equipped for green needles. But we had planned to go do a VOR DME arc, and it didn't go well. We both learned things. So we also did the Victor Airway tracking, including ATC vectors to intercept. ATC clearances, we practiced the ground ones, and picking them up in the air. So that was good. talked about lost comms procedures, and then yeah, we attempted the VOR with a DME arc and a circle to land, and I don't think it didn't go very well. One of the things, yeah, those two instrument students, one at home airport, one at work airport, both had to have a bit of a talk about, like, okay, you need to be checking your weather and noticing where you end, like what you're going to end up doing. If we're doing this, like it's a VOR approach to this, but our wind is favoring the other way, you need to be planning your circle. If you're going to try and do it straight in, things are going to not go well for you. And that's just like normal PIC, visual, VFR, whatever sort of things. So, and then we did an RNAV and a missed approach plus hold. That went a lot better because the plane was equipped for it. So, yeah. Anywho, that was that one. And then, was supposed to have nope, I was supposed to have a lesson. Yeah, I was supposed to have a lesson at MEI training airport, but ended up canceling it for weather, and then had to cancel with my commercial student later that day as well. And then the next week starts. Okay, sorry. All right, back to chat. I'm sorry. Coming back. Pulls up a chair for instruction. No. Hello, how's it going? I have not seen Rambler yet today, but that's okay. He's probably got things going on. Hello. How's it going? Good to see you. I appreciate you guys. For those of you just coming in case things happen, we've been having all of the difficulties today. The sim, it's shutting down. So I was gonna say too, I apologize if you guys are like getting notification after notification after notification after notification after notification after notification when my thing like cuts off and comes up. So I absolutely apologize for that. It's not my fault. The thing has been going nuts. So we've been having technical difficulties and I've been crabby because of it. So I apologize for that. And I appreciate you guys being here, putting up with all that, and yeah, just warning in advance for those of you who haven't been experiencing it yet. That's exactly why you never enable notifications. There you go. Perfect choice. So yeah, so that's been that. So I think we're on the last week. So prefacing this week, I put myself through another hell week of trying to get as much time as possible, just keeping myself going. So yeah, here we go. So I worked on a Sunday. I never work on Sundays, but I worked on the Sunday. I gave myself Saturday for a break, as well as, so what was it? It was another one of those where I wasn't gonna do a solo in the I wasn't gonna do an MEI training airport solo because I didn't want anything to go wrong and it'd be a weekend and us not be able, maintenance wouldn't be there and anything like that. So again, 5 planes I could fly. Wasn't gonna do that one. Home airplane was still down. It needed paperwork done. It just got a new engine and it still needed paperwork to get done, so couldn't fly that one. Home airport plane number, home airplane plane number 2 was booked. At the time, the 172 was booked at work airport. And the only person I didn't want to have to do, we could have done a 150 flight with my instrument student, but I didn't really want to do that. So, plus weather wasn't looking all that great. So it was like, okay, I'll give myself the Saturday and get some, I don't remember what I did. I probably got some stuff done. And then Hell Week started. So booked work. Oh, actually first. So I started nudging and nagging the owners at home airport, like, okay, what needs to get done? Can I go fly the dang plane? Because that was the thing, is they wanted some cross-country time put on it first. Again, new engine, they wanted cross-country time put on it first so that it was like they wanted the oil seals to set right or something and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, so can I go do the freaking cross-country time so that like I want to start scheduling my students again, get both of the airplanes up and running again. I was beside myself. So I did. I was nudging, nagging, and I booked my work airport in consistent instrument student for morning-ish, and then I booked myself in the 172, or I was planning to fly it later so that I could have a chunk of time. But I texted the owner at home airport to see if, okay, can I go and do that? Like, can we do that? And he's like, yeah, should be good. Run it at 25 and 2600 and just like keep it there. Watch the fuel because it's gonna, keep the mixture fully in, even at cruise. It's gonna burn a lot of fuel, so keep it to like 2-3 hours. So I was like, okay, I'm at work airport, do my lesson with my student, and then I go to home airport and fly that plane. So, with that being said, had a nice long lesson. Is this it? Is it that day? Yep. So I had a long lesson with instrument student, and then this was, we did the VOR, we did that 3 times with the DME-ARC. This was where we were gonna go do the VOR, and we were briefing on the ground, and I tried to get him to look at the weather, like what else can you do on the ground so that you're ready beyond that. And he didn't catch looking at the weather. So it was like, okay, I guess he'll find out in the air. Listened to the weather, but didn't realize that it was favoring the opposite direction. Heard other people coming in favoring the opposite, or landing the opposite direction. And when we got in the first time, completely over glide slope and everything, shot past it, had to go missed. Talked about it, was like, did you notice? So we did that. He ended up doing the circle of the land. Circle of the land didn't go all that well. Did we go? I don't know. Did it again. Went back out. Tried it again. I think we landed at that time. And we're coming up on our destination already. And whatever. So missed approach and hold, and then the circle of the land. And then we went and did an ILS at a different airport, ended up going straight in. However, it was another one of those where listen to the weather, listen to other people. It should have been going the other direction, but ended up landing it straight in. But I did. I had a little bit of a moment of like, these are the things that you are supposed to be doing and paying attention to. You are the PIC. And it was like, okay, have I been taking too much? Have I been doing too much? And we haven't yet talked about that he needs to be starting to do this stuff. So we did have that conversation about he needs to start doing this stuff and noticing and learning and looking. Because like we went and we had that situation happen over here and it didn't, yeah. So anyway, so that was fun. And then did an RNAV straight in, and then we did a missed approach because that one wasn't his fault. It was favoring that runway, and then it was actually switching, and somebody actually called me and was like, hey, what's the wind doing like on the ground? So he was landing it, and so I called them back and was like, yeah, it's kind of favoring the other runway now. And my student spools up and starts taking off again, and I was like, we were kind of fine, but he was like, he didn't like how long we were going, and I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll do another approach, that's fine. Go back, come back in again for the straight in, and I think it was favoring the other direction again, so like, fun. So then, and we also did VOR tracking. Good, excellent, amazing. So we had long conversation. He needs to take more stuff. He needs to be looking at more stuff on the ground before getting into high workload situation and notice the things that are going to cause problems. So then drove to home airport. owner was there working on his Bonanza, so that was nice. I actually got to talk to him, and he told me about like the oil and stuff and all the other things. Got filled up, so topped it all off, took off, and nope, not that day. So yeah, did new engine break-in, did some ATP cross country and some tourism. So it was nice all day, and it was looking nice. And so I didn't really look at the weather around. And so I decided, okay, I'm just gonna take off this direction, and I'm taking off this direction, and I'm just cruising this direction. And I don't know how to do this yet. So I'm just like in the climb, trying to still maintain that 2,500, and it's not letting me get too high in altitude. Like I can't get up to like normal cruising altitude. I'm just at like scenic altitude. So I'm cruising along in my straight line, going for my ATP cross country, and I notice off to the side some cells, and I was like, huh, that looks potentially So as I'm keeping going, I see the radar, and there's like a system in that direction coming this way, and I'm like, am I concerned about this? How fast is it moving? Is it gonna get to me? Should I be turning around? Blah, blah, blah. And it was one of those things where, like, to get out of my comfort zone a little bit, I'm gonna keep going and keep monitoring. It should be good. I didn't like it. It didn't. It never got like close, but I didn't like it. Got to my ATP cross country, turned around, headed back, still looking at the system beyond, and then finally getting back. I still had a lot of time left to put on it, so I ended up doing tourism, circling around stuff, and it is interesting trying to maintain 25 and or 2600 RPM, turning around stuff, and yeah, I did. I didn't worry so much about my altitude, except if it would make it a dangerous thing. I didn't worry about maintaining altitude. I just like maintained my 25, 2600 when I needed to. Yeah, did that, came in, and I was gonna try and make it to the 3 hours about-ish, but I was watching the fuel gauges, and like the one ended up on like E, and the other one was like quarter tank, kind of coming to like less than a quarter tank, and I was like, nope, I am going in. So I only got 2.4 hours on it with full tanks of fuel, so that was insane. And it would have, I could have gone a little bit longer, probably, according to the gauges anyway, but I didn't want to be that person. So did that was good, excellent, amazing. Next day, so then had the whole week was in flux because I wasn't sure what to do with, I wasn't, because I still wasn't sure about that airplane. So it did. I had one plan, and then things changed, but what ended up happening was had a day at home airport again. I was at home airport 5 days this past week. So had a lesson with enthusiastic private student in the other plane because still wanted to break in the plane some more. So we worked on, I don't know, let me look. Emergency procedures, because I want to get him close to like soloing as we're working towards his retaking his written. Emergency procedures, rejected takeoff, simulated engine failure, simulated engine fire, and emergency descent. Power off and on stalls and recovery, short and soft and normal takeoffs. Pattern work, and we did a power off 180 as well, or tried 2 of them, I don't remember, whatever. So then, actually, we had one question left or one area that we had to go over to finalize going over his written test that he failed. So I signed off for his written test to go take it again. Hopefully that goes well at some point, I don't know. So then was gonna go, plan to go break in the home aircraft again. So took my dad and we went and did, basically tourism while I was maintaining our RPMs. Sorry, RPM. So then the next day went to go break it in again. So was on my own for that one. Got my ATP cross country engine break in, and I had a moment during that one where I was just kind of like noodling around, looking down, enjoying myself kind of while maintaining my 2600 again. And just like, there's so much stuff and so much life going on below and so many like different things that I could be doing. Yeah, so it was just one of those, like, I'm looking forward to getting out of the grind at some point and being able to do different things at some point. And then I had a lesson. Yes, I had a lesson at MEI Training Airport. So I was right seat this time. So this was the first time back with my MEI instructor. I should check to see. We're probably way past our airport. Yep. So we'll just like direct back to it. And then once we go past it again, we'll direct to it again. There we go. Hopefully this works. Sweet. Whee! Okay. Okay, so this is the first time back with MEI instructor. So yeah, I flew right seat this time. Right seat doesn't have brakes, so he's on the brakes. I meant to practice flows and things and be doing more of my ground, and I've been being about my students doing their ground, and I have not been doing my ground. I've been busy. So I'm behind in that stuff than further than I would like to be. But let him do I basically kind of just like let him do startup, taxi, takeoff. I did the pre-flight, that was fine, that was good. Startup, taxi, takeoff. And then I took the controls and basically just tried. What I wanted to get out of it was the actual flows. Like, what am I supposed to, what are my settings that I need and everything, so I can boom, 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 practice, drill it, get it down. So we did steep turns because that was what was frustrating me the most at first. Then slow flight recovery. So I knew I could, but I had to verify getting down below red line during slow flight, because red line is for one engine and operative. So getting to that actual slow flight speed helped with that maneuver. We then also did stalls and recovery, power off and on, as well as accelerated, did the VMC demo, engine failure and a shutdown, as well as restart. Really? We did that then? No, hang on, really? Okay, I guess we did. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I guess we did. So we were just going through the whole maneuvers sheet, and just kind of getting me those flows. The normal ones that I have familiarity with from single engine, or from single engine airplanes, those are pretty good. I'm gonna try, and once we're done here with story time, and once we, So we're noodling around Kiki right now. I'll end up taking it off autopilot. We'll quick do some of that stuff, and then we'll approach and land. So yeah, so did that. VMC demo, engine failure and shutdown restart, and then the next one was going to be emergency descent. So what he had me do was do a simulated emergency descent over the runway but then recovering to do a normal pattern and landing. I was amusing apparently, because I wasn't expecting that or ready for that. But I'm a trooper, so I allowed it. So we were doing that, and I was trying to maintain things, and like every once in a while the plane would kind of like shake like it was stalling or something, but apparently that was just our wake, so I didn't like that, and yeah. So I was rusty on that stuff and not expecting what actually ended up happening. So that was fun. Again, first time in the right seat. So that was, I felt like I was better in the right seat than I was in the left seat. So, whatever. Yeah, it is what it is. So, next. So then, it was like, okay, I think after that, like, third break-in flight that I flew, we were over 10 hours of flying on the new engine for home airplane. So, we figured that would be good. And so the owner of home airplane said, yeah, that's good. So, had another day at home airport with a student with her own airplane. We did some more time. I wrote it down, so we'll put it, where is it? Okay, no, all right. So again, it's been a while, breaking out of the rust, so we just did fundamentals. So straight and level, turns, climbs, descents. Then we did slow flight and recovery, as well as go around, wind awareness and correction, so just getting back to those basics, getting her back to being comfortable again. So yeah, that was good. And then yeah. Oh shoot, I missed that. Okay, so when I was breaking in the plane with my dad, my instrument student was going to be, he had booked to go fly with his dad as well. So he was taking the other plane, and we were kind of there at like sort of the same time. And yeah, so I got to the point where I was fueling up. So the truck now has an electrical pump, and so we've been using the electrical pump, and the electrical pump stopped working as I was fueling. And it was like, well, what the heck? Why is that? And tried different things, didn't work. And then, so switched it to the mechanical pump, the truck pump, and was able to eke the rest of mine out. We were able to fill him up as well, and it worked out. So it turns out they're gonna need a load of fuel, and the electrical pump doesn't go all the way down. So there was stuff left in the bottom, but the electrical pump couldn't reach it. So that's why the mechanical pump worked. Plus, the mechanical pump needs the filter, and so that was, yeah, it actually, yeah, anyway. And there was a close call during that time, because like we were both trying to like shift planes around and almost knocked wings. And I felt silly as the instructor, who should have been noticing that stuff. But everything worked out okay, but it was just another one of those instances where it was like, ugh, you try so hard, and there's like one moment where things can go so wrong, especially when you're rushing things. So there, that was that. And I learned stuff, he learned stuff, everybody learned stuff, and we didn't bend any metal, so that was good. So that was gonna be a thing then, where, okay, how much fuel is left in the truck? Are we going to be able to like get all the stuff in that I have planned, and everybody who's down? And so that day when I was going to fly with student with her own airplane, another renter ended up taking the home airplane out. So apparently it was fine. He was a new renter, and so we chatted. I met him. He had contacted me for the checkout, and it ended up working out with the other CFI for him, so okay. When we got into the plane, me and my instrument student and I got into the plane, there were just things where it made me think like I don't know. He's an airline pilot, but there were like the weather wasn't in the radios where it should have been, and something that was in the radios was like down somewhere where he shouldn't have been, and it was sort of weird. So I brought that up with so there's certain things that I go through, like our operations at our airport and our aircraft, that I go through on a checkout flight that maybe the other CFI didn't, but it's like it did. It was a lesson in, you know what, not my circus, not my monkeys, kind of. Even though it's like it's my home airport, my home plane, and I'm attached to it, my home people, so I want to take care of it. But at the same time, I shouldn't let it stress me out. If people do things, as long as they don't break the plane, I don't know. Anyway, so got back into home plane with instrument student. Is it that day? Yes, it is. There. Went and did an RNAV, circle, and missed approach. So missed approach from the circle into a hold. And then VOR with the DME arc for a circle. And then did VOR and Victor airway tracking. Did an air dual check because we have dual VOR check. And then ATC vectors. We had a whole plan. So he had a whole plan. And then it was weird getting into it. And so neither of us was sure what the GPS was going to do and how we would be able to utilize it in order to actually do that DME arc and stuff like that. It ended up doing stuff like that was good. Like it was smarter than, well, I should say I was, because I was the one who should have known. So it ended up being fine, but that whole situation, he ended up getting a little upset stomachy. So we ended up just doing, like, cutting that part of it short and just Victor airway tracking back to home airport. And we also had the whole visual approach thing because home airport doesn't have an instrument approach. And yeah, right? We were in that. Yeah. Yep. Good. So had that conversation and that was good. So then next day, sorry, I'm just blasting. Oh yeah, so then next day had a very early training flight at MEI training airport. Okay, whatever. Sorry. So that we worked on, shoot, I'll just try to remember. I don't have my actual logbook. So first, usually the plane is at a certain spot, but I didn't see it there. And they have construction-y stuff going on. They're having stuff, yeah, whatever. So I go in and I ask the person, hey, can I go find where the plane is, or can I take the plane out, or, oh, it's over there. Okay, I have to walk all the way over there. That's fine. I get there and we don't need fuel, but we need oil, only half a quart in each. Oh, that was another thing. Sorry. Going back to my other one, when I first got back with MEI, I started doing pre-flight and noticed that the master switch was on. The 3 greens for the gear indicator did not turn on. So I was like, okay, that's not good. We needed fuel, we needed oil. I saw him come in on a different plane, so I go over quick, say, hey, how can I take care of this while you're taking care of this? And he ends up coming over anyway, so I feel bad interrupting him. So apparently when you put the nav lights on, it dims the gear indicator. Okay. Got the fuel, got the oil, handled that. That was fine. So that was first back with MEI instructor, and then second one, pre-flighting. I was trying to be independent, and there's no funnel. You just kind of dump it in the thing. Be really careful with it. But it only needed half a quart and half a quart. So that did not go well. Made a mess. I took a quart out of the box in the plane so that I could take it over there and then bring one back. And I got them both to 6, so that was good. But so I asked. I admitted to MEI. That I made a mess, and he's like, just do a full quart. If it needs half a quart on each tank, just do a full quart in each. And I'm like, okay. So that was learning experience. And then so he had me do a engine failure on takeoff. So I almost want to be doing this in this, but I was gonna switch my stuff. Shoot, no, screw it. We're gonna go because yep, okay, so we're gonna get started going in the opposite direction so that we can get back to Kiki. I'm gonna try to flip these. That's gonna be fun. Oh God. I'm hearing things. I don't like it. You know what? That's just, I'll go right seat next time. Sorry. Okay, I guess before I do this, I'll come back over here. I'm sorry. Yay for family time! Yes, exactly. And you feel me on, oh, I'll figure it out, hopefully. When you're at your equestrian center, which is on a major approach vector path for KDAL, you always love having pilots go overhead while you wave at them while leading horses around. You always pick up the pace for a little to give them a fun show on the ground. That's so cool, yes. Gently guides my head back to chat. I know, I'm sorry. I was trying to get through the week. I'm very sorry. So once we get on heading back to this, yes, I'm sorry. But yes, we'll quick go through that stuff. I'll try to put, so we'll go like this. We'll go through the things, the multi things once we get back on here. And I'll practice the things. I'll show you what we're doing here. No, that's fine. So yeah, so basically I'm not gonna fully do it, but when I'm, okay, that's perfect. I'll do it like this, ha ha, ha ha. That's unsettling, okay. So, on takeoff, what you end up doing, can you see my hand? What you end up doing for training, so me as MEI in training, on takeoff, you have to teach and have them practice engine failure on the rollout. So how you do that is you cut a mixture, so bring it back, and they have to bring both throttles back. Not trying to do one, not act like whatever. They have to bring both back, and then you immediately bring mixtures both. So basically you guard, so you bring it back and guard the quadrant to make sure that if they do anything weird, they try like this, if they don't immediately bring both throttles back, you kill both engines. That's with the mixtures. So that's that. That was what that was. That went okay, I guess. But I'm still at like a... He did what he was supposed to do, so I was able to just bring it back to what it was supposed to be. But I still feel like I'm at a... if he had done it wrong, would I have done it right? You know what I mean? What I was supposed to. And then we took off, climbed, and I did. I wanted to just quick go through the flows again, I think. Oh, no, I wanted to do the... So yes, so basically, hang on, we're gonna autopilot off. Okay, so now we're flying. This is gonna be really weird being in this seat and then trying to do this. Okay, is there a way I can get rid of him, right? Sorry. Perfect. All right, over. Okay. So, we are flying. We are good. Okay, 6,000. I don't know how much. So, what it ends up being is, so slow flight, most of the maneuvers start the same way. Mixtures, props, down to 15. Hold your altitude. As the speed comes down to gear, and if you bring your gear out, yep, gear can come down, I think. Gear's coming down. And then how my training aircraft works is the gear and flaps are on the same hydraulic system, so you can't do both at the same time. So as soon as, if you do that and you hold your altitude at blue line, you can throw flaps in. Boom. Then you pitch up, get to about 75 for slow flight in that aircraft, and then you noodle around. Then you can also do stall, so pitch down for a loss of about 100 altitude, and then pitch up if bleed that speed. Does not want to stall. Pitch down. Oh no. So not pop. Hang on. So we're going like this. We're bleeding speed off. I'm gonna try that again. Hang on. I can't see the airspeed indicator over here. So we're letting it get down, letting it get down. I'm just gonna go like this. I have yoke full back and whatever, screw it. Okay, so you bring your throttles in, make sure you don't go full until after red line, kind of, and then flaps up, maintain blue, and gear up. Oh, and then we can go throttles full. Down like that, down like that. Up to our 6,000 is what we were at, so we'll reconfigure for cruise. Kind of. All right, power on stall, same thing. Mixtures, props down to 15, or a little bit less if necessary to get to that speed that's necessary. Hello. I'll check that in a second once I don't hopefully crash this power on stall. It's only to the first brake. We're gonna come up to 17 inches and then nose up, buffet, and first sign of stall. First sign of stall, so the buffet and yeah, that. And then we reconfigure. Climb. Oh, I guess not climb, but okay, I guess we're gonna get to 6,500. Why not? Promise I fly better in an actual plane. Okay, I need to pause for a second because my stuff is all messed up. I can't see what happens. Okay, sorry. I'm missing all of the things. Why am I missing all the things? Why can't I see the things that I intended to see? That's why. Ah, okay. Oh my gosh, you used bits. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you for the bits. 5, how did that happen? I guess you just here at the right time. How's it going? Good to see you. And then, oh gosh, I hope I say it right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kaharia, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. How was your stream? Welcome. How are you doing? What were you doing? And welcome. Yes, sorry. Apologies. My stuff is all messed up. I appreciate you guys being here. Good evening. Really happy to have you. Thank you again for the raid. And yes, we've been having technical difficulties, so I'm a little melodramatic at the moment. Apologies. Thank you for being here. And I'm a pilot in real life. I'm also a flight instructor. But disclaimer below, this is not flight instruction. I'm currently working on my multi-engine instructor's add-on. So that's what we're working on right now. We were doing some IFR and autopilot stuff while we were doing Storytimes. And then now, while we're doing my last couple of training flight Storytimes, we're just I'm trying to go through that and kind of trying to show how that goes a little bit. So that's what we're doing. Yes. Oh, okay. Coming back. And I apologize. Surly Dev suggested, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I did. I said earlier too. Oh, look who it is. I did. I said earlier, like if I were to retitle the stream, this would be my crabby stream because I've been beside myself with all the things going wrong. So I'm glad that you came in on a slightly more positive moment. So yes, I do. I appreciate it, and thank you for the suggestion, and thank you for that raid. Have a good flight. Need to catch some Z's. I totally get it. Happy to have you. Sleep well. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all the good things. Don't blame you. Yes, it is. It is blameworthy, definitely. Okay, so that's where we're at. We got Corin up here, and we'll see where we're at. We did the power on, power offs. Okay. So second flight. Okay. So first training flight was just kind of going through the flows, and second flight, my MEI instructor was semi-yelling at me to get off of the checklist and just do the things, teach the things the way they're supposed to be. So, okay, I'm coming. Haha, I'm faster than you are. So he did. He took my maneuvers checklist away from me and just had me do it. Did that. So the accelerated stall, I'm gonna have to remember. Mixture props, throttle, get down to 15, slow down to, oh, that one does have gear down. Hang on, I should actually get the checklist for this one. Cause he was kind of wrong. So I will do that quick. Hang on. Doing the right things, kind of. Okay. Slow flight, power off, stall, power ons. Oh, we didn't do the steep turns. Hate the steep turns. We'll do that in a bit, maybe. Accelerated stall, gear down and flaps down. Okay, so that one, yes. Okay, so gear down, flaps down, mixture props down to 15, manifold, gear goes down, wait for blue line, or a little under 100 actually. 3 greens, locked, flaps. So then 15 inches, once we're up there around blue line, we don't want to overspeed the flaps, so we just basically 40 degrees, get that buffet, and nose down, continue. And then to recover, we'll get those flaps back up. Flaps up, gear up, get back. I am not worrying at all about what direction we're going, so oops, I could probably take that off. Okay, that's good. So back to there, back to there, back to there. Okay, we'll quick do the steep turns, might as frickin' well. What direction are we on? Okay, we're going east. So one of the, okay, I have done steep turns for all, like, yeah, all my training, right? I missed my heading on one of my steep turns. So he told me to note each cardinal heading as you're going through the steep turns. So steep turn, this is down to like 20, we're down at 22, that's fine. Maybe 17, I don't know. So 45 degrees, no. 45 degrees. We want to maintain our altitude, so we need steeper bank, and we'll just say 7,000 is what we're at. Okay, so I need more bank, more pitch, more power. So basically just doing all of the things at once: pitch, power, bank, adjust as necessary. It's not going to be as smooth as the single engine stuff, but if you start going too low, decrease the bank a little bit. If you start going too high, increase the bank a little bit. Use those what's it called, standards. And I freaking missed my stupid heading again, but you know what, I can't see out this freaking window from this freaking angle. Excuses. So yeah, that was okay-ish. It didn't go very well here. I'm gonna practice it in that plane. Anywho, the one thing my issue is I kept getting off of my speed when it came to standards, and so did he, but he didn't have a problem with that. But I've had examiners have a problem with that, so it's like, can it just be standardized or something? Anyway, I'll have to practice it, but those are the things. Again, with the multi-engine stuff, there's a bigger arm force-wise, so like when you're a little bit off, it has a much bigger diversion from what you're wanting to do than in the more compact single-engine planes. So, steep turns, accelerated stall, emergency descent, we didn't do that yet? I'm not gonna do that yet. We're gonna do engine shutdown restart. So, okay. VMC demo first. So, mixtures, props, throttle. 15, so hold it. We are freaking climbing and whatever, screw it, sorry. I promise I'm a lot more particular in a real plane as well. Okay. Oops. We don't need to climb. We just, you know what? Throttle back, even freaking more. Are my gear and flaps up? Yes, A-firm. Good. So mixture props, throttle, getting it back. VMC demo. Yes, okay. So then what student has to do is, okay, so we're at 15. We're gonna say that we're practicing, I don't know if we have to do that, but we're gonna do the critical engine. So left goes back. So it needs to be like that. And as soon as you lose that directional control, bring that other throttle back. I'm still not that good at it. And then, I'm gonna try that again, sorry. So we're at 15 inches, and what student has to do, so what we're doing, and this is the thing. So instructor, I'm just gonna bring it back to that, and that, and that. Reconfigured for cruise-ish. I don't understand these frickin' controls. So, MEI, he got firm with me, again, about not worrying about the checklist so much, like I do. I'm very but what are we actually practicing? We're practicing an engine failure on takeoff. So, flaps are up, gear is up, and what he wants them to be able to do is immediately, as soon as they notice that, whatever, that loss of directional control or whatever, fix it. So, flaps are up and gear is up. So, yeah. Okay, so, it has to be mixture, props, throttle to 15, holding altitude, get to blue line. I know I'm supposed to be, like, not doing that stuff, but kind of. So, brings it back, through, goes like that, pulls up, loses directional control, so immediately brings the other throttle back, and gradually starts bringing it up to maintain blue line and a climb with that rudder. So it has to happen fast or efficiently. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast, but you drill it so that it is relatively fast. Then for the recovery from the actual, from the actual VMC demo, scissors the throttles and recover. Oh shoot, I thought of something and I forgot that's something that I thought of. So wanting, and we had a conversation because like the way that he was kind of teaching me, it seemed like it was kind of cheating for the check ride. So mixtures, props, throttle. As pilots, we know that as we add more throttle, we're going to have to increase rudder, wherever that may be. So the throttle and the rudder should be simultaneous, especially in this, well, always, but especially in this thing where when we bring that, so for takeoff, as you're throttling up, that rudder is kind of coming in as well. So when we bring that throttle back, that rudder should be coming in, and when we go full power on that other one, we lost the directional control, so we should be bringing that with the throttle. We should be adding more rudder at the same time. So sorry. Let me go like this. Let me show the pedals and the throttle. So in the VMC demo, again, we are practicing losing an engine on takeoff. So simulating that, throttle and pedal go in. Once you lose directional control, that throttle should come out and that rudder should come out a little bit as well. Then we gradually start bringing in that throttle and that rudder in order to maintain blue line and climb. Keeping in mind, as an MEI, there is our VSSE, our safe single engine speed, that we do not get below. We are practicing VMC, which is red line, VMC demo, which is red line. We do not want it close to that. So we have VSSE, which is slightly above that, I believe. At least in the plane that I fly, it is. So scissors at 2,000, bring it down, 2,200, cruise. All right, VMC demo. Oh, drag demo. Okay, whoopsie. So drag demo ends up being, once again, mixtures, props, throttle to 15, because we're slowing up to blue line. We have that standard, that where we're starting from. We have a starting point from which we do our drag demo. So we're doing our gear first, I think. Okay. Well, gear first. We're gonna do gear first. So gear is there. So blue line, putting our gear down, still holding that blue line, and we're gonna see what that descent rate is. It's at about 400 to 500 for this one. All right, bringing it back up. Still maintaining that blue, anticipating those aerodynamic changes. And then we're gonna bring the flaps in. I'm aware, thank you. Why are you angry at me? Oh, hush. Yeah, whatever, okay. Oh, so maintaining blue line. So the flaps balloon, and look at that descent rate. We do not want that. We're maintaining blue, but our descent is, well, we'll see, I guess. Our descent is, well, I guess about the same as, well, slightly more than the gear. That is to be expected. Flaps come back up. Then we practice the windmilling prop. So bringing, hang on. To be honest, I can't quite remember how this one goes. This says left throttle to idle, so we'll do that, I guess. So we're gonna bring left throttle to idle, maintaining blue. So yeah, like, yeah, windmilling prop, that's what it is. Look at how nasty that descent is. So that's our drag demo. We bring that throttle back up to 15, and we'll go ahead and recover. So yeah, basically demonstrating why that drill is the is important. Then engine shutdown, restart. So yeah, what he ended up doing, we got our, okay, so he shut down one of the engines with the mixture. So he was fiddling around down with the fuel. So I knew it was coming, and we were within 10 miles of the training airport. So that's one of the things to keep in mind too, is be within 10 miles so that if you can't get the engine restarted, you have an option. So he cut it with fuel. Let me see if I can do that. Actually, I don't want to mess around with that. I'll do it with the frickin' mixture. So I knew it was coming, but I will say that it took a bit longer for it to actually shut down than I anticipated. So he was fiddling around down there, and then he wasn't anymore. And then I was like, oh, I guess it must not have worked. And then all of a sudden, oh my God, my engine. Oh, wait, hang on. So then it was like, okay, do the thing. So mixture, prop, throttle, identify, verify, dead leg, dead engine, feather, or identify, verify, ball bank, blue line. That's the one thing that I keep freaking doing wrong, is I keep forgetting about, I control the aircraft, but I forget about the blue line. Blue line, ball bank, blue line, identify, verify, so bringing that throttle back, that left throttle that I identified back, there's no change, and then we feather and mixture, and then we would secure. So we're shut. Hello. Maybe you'll be able to keep up with me now that I'm feathering my engine and I have an engine failure. Oh my God, I'm gonna be so mad. If this dumb freaking thing did not go to feather, oh, I'm gonna go fucking insane. Okay, whatever. We'll see what happens. The thing should, mother fathering. I'm so freaking done. Feathers on the ground when I don't freaking want it to, and then doesn't freaking feather when I freaking want it to. So that was one of the things. The feathering has pins so that when you shut down on the ground, they don't go to feather when you lose oil pressure. So you need to get it feathered before a certain, RPM, so 800. So if my thing didn't engage, my feathering didn't engage, it didn't feather. Sorry. Okay, whatever. Mixture, rich, prop to half. We'll see what frickin' happens. Pump the throttle, 1, 2, throttle cracked, probably a little bit more, or less than that. Go down, it is windmilling, so. Okay, RPMs, whoa, coming up, I could probably be a little bit less than that. And then as it comes out, bring everything back into place. So yeah, and that was another thing too, where in my training, I had a moment of like, okay, so you shouldn't necessarily, in cruise at least, you don't end up doing the full thing. So mixtures, props, throttle, ball bank, blue, identify, verify, feather, mixture, secure. That's the full drill. However, in cruise, you would not go directly to feather. You would bring the drag out as much as possible, and then kind of identify what might be going wrong, because you've had that time, and I freaking forgot to take out my rudder pressure. So yeah. So I asked him about that, and like he was talking about it, and I realized like, yeah, you want multi-students, that should be the drill. They should, because the time that we're really worried about losing an engine is on takeoff, and that needs to be boom, 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 all of it. And I forgot about the flaps up, gear up. It's fine, we're fine. Did that, okay. Emergency descent, don't use flaps, it says. So once again, mixture, props, throttle to 15. Slow to gear speed, gear goes down. We're not gonna use flaps because we don't want to overspeed them, and we're gonna be at about 90 for certain. Power to idle. We're gonna have like we're gonna have a slow speed for certain emergency descents, like if it's not an engine fire. But for an engine fire, we would have a faster speed for that emergency descent. So yeah, this is what he had me do over the runway, freaking out and everything, trying to get into the pattern. And then he had me turn it the other way at one point. I don't remember why. It was for some purpose. So practicing is good, I guess. 45 degrees. Lose in altitude. And this is actually good for us to go for our approach. So we'll get down to 5,000. How about? That sounds fun. That sounds good. And I did okay. So the plan was for me to get into the pattern for a normal landing, and I ended up okay. I ended up a little low because I needed one more turn to get facing the runway again. Oops, and then we'll recover. These are so sensitive. Okay, all right. We'll autopilot again. Oops. Try to get us back to our altitude and then lock it. And nav. All right. I'm gonna get back to the other side now. So yeah, I definitely need work on those flows, and like he said, he wants to sign me off, he said, but I need to get, well, he wants to sign me off. I don't want him to sign me off yet. I mean, he could sign me off and I just would not go take a check ride yet. But one of the things he did specifically say was I need to get out of the checklist thing and just really, what are we actually doing? What are students actually needing to learn and do? And things like that. Oh, mother, father. And when we recover completely. So mad. Okay. So, yeah, so I need to get those flows down, and that's why I want to do it in here. I gotta chair fly it, I gotta practice it as well. And like it is, I'm so used to at the moment as a CFI, as a flight instructor, as an instrument flight instructor, I've gotten so used to actually knowing what I'm saying and doing and being really comfortable with all of the things for the most part. And I'm just not there yet with the multi stuff. So that's where my hesitation comes in. And it's like, okay, I definitely wasn't perfect. I'm not perfect, but I definitely wasn't at the level I'm at now when I first started either flight instructing, normal or initial flight instructor, as well as instrument flight instruction. You learn things, you get better, you get more comfortable, you get more efficient, and things like that. But the one thing is, it's like with multi-training, things can go wrong. Things can go very, very wrong, very, very fast. So I want to be better as a multi-pilot before I become an instructor and start instructing. So, and to be honest, I actually don't think I would start instructing right away. I don't think I'd have students. I wouldn't have access to an airplane or anything like that. But it's just one of those things. So, sorry, I'll get back over here. Coming back. I'll just look over here. Oops. Okay, that's not gonna work. Ah, gosh darn it. Still at it. Yes, we are. We're almost done though. Yes, fist bumps the Raiders. Yes, it is you. In the heli, your specialty. You've always been curious about the line between checklists and memory items. Okay, yes. So for this specifically, and I'll give an example. So slow flight. Sorry. I absolutely understand what he's saying, because I actually do. I teach slow flight specifically as a flow. Like, what are you actually practicing? And what are you actually practicing in slow flight? it setting my course to 0, 9, or 8 when my direct track to Kiki is 311? Where the hell is it taking me? It's taking me to Kiki, but oh, it's giving me the opposite. Why? Whatever. I don't care. Yes. So checklists, depending, do and verify. Always come back, like going line by line on a checklist, you can miss things. Doing a flow and going back to the checklist in order to verify that you did everything can catch the things. So doing both, so yes, so doing the checklist line by line can miss things. Doing the checklist flow by memory can miss things. Doing both, flow and then verifying, I like that way. You do both and then it's not putting too much pressure on either one. So like emergency procedures, you do memory items first immediately because it's probably something you're going to, losing an engine is probably a you problem. Carb heat, so for carb icing, you can fix that carb heat typically. Primer could be out, your fuel could be wrong, your mixture could be out, things like that. If you fix those things, you fix the engine failure. So doing those first initial memory items very efficiently and quickly, you do that, and then if it doesn't fix it and you have time and altitude, you go back to the checklist, make sure you got everything, and continue from there. When it comes to instruction, it's one thing to teach what you're going to do. It's another thing to put it in the perspective of why are you doing it. So, for example, slow flight, what are you practicing coming into land? So how do you configure for it? Your pattern. So in a single engine at least, for the how I fly in certain aircraft. So 2000, get in the white arc, carb heat, flaps in the white arc, then 1500, flat, second notch of flaps below 90, third notch of flaps below 80, and then pitch for 60, and that there's a little bit of a divergent or I always forget deviation at that point from how you configure for pattern and slow flight. So slow flight, you're holding altitude. Pattern, you're starting to descend at some point in there. So if they have the pattern down really well, then the slow flight can become easier because they get that, like, okay, I go here, power, flap, carb heat in there, and hold. So that is what I thought of when my MEI instructor was yelling at me about get off of the checklist and just teach what you're supposed to do, because it's not. When you get into that situation, especially a engine failure on takeoff, you don't have time to be like, am I supposed to do this? Am I supposed to, like, what speed, this, that, whatever. It's just boom, 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 boom. Get it, like, do it, get it done. So that's the biggest thing is I'm currently at the level instructor-wise as an MEI in training of just doing the procedure, boom, 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 hitting the things that I need to do. And then what he was trying to get me to do, and what I'm trying to do as well, is really just understanding how that stuff goes together and being able to really do it seamlessly. So yeah, so that's where it is. It does. It depends on what it's for. But like, so actually flying the plane and then instructing is somewhat two different things as well. Can't believe you're even coming close to matching my airspeed. This time is so much harder between platforms. Right. From your perspective, having a very up-close view, it seems like I'm a bit too heavy on the right rudder. Yes, so, well, where I was at, was that the, when I was recovering? That's something that I have to get better at. Like, I know it, but my brain, my physical doing the thing doesn't do it. So like, power back, bring the rudder out, powering forward, bring the rudder in those specific instances. So yeah, yep, definitely. Are we there yet? We're about to be. We're about to be. Fist bumps. Howdy, how's it going? Just barely missed. Yes, buzzing me in the rotor. Did the previous chat load up? To a certain point, yeah, we've been having issues. So apologies. Read up a little from before you loaded. Good. Can confirm you were following the start checklist and still missed the beacon. Exactly. So and I'll have students do stuff like that, and it becomes a question of like, are they just rushing through it, or is it just one of those that they're like going here, going over to here, going back to here, and like as they're going from over here back to here, just getting to a different checklist or getting further down than they started and things like that. So it totally happens. Exactly. Engine fire on startup is like that. Right, exactly. No time for checklists. You just have to do it. Don't have any rudder trim? I don't know. Maybe I do. I don't know. Yeah. Sometimes I lean on my rudders, and then if I was doing that maneuver, I just wasn't doing it correctly. So those are the things that I need to get better at. I want to be better at by myself before I actually go take a check ride for instructing people. So yeah. Okay, so finishing up story times. So we're almost done, I promise. Okay, yeah, so that was an early flight, and then I had to head back to, I had to head to home airport later for a couple lessons. My first one being with guy I did a checkout flight with, private pilot, now working on his instrument. He's been safety piloting, so he has a bunch of foggle time. And he was actually up at multi-training airport before, and he figured out he liked the drive better to home airport, so we're gonna start flying together for his instrument. We'll see. And this is the thing. If I ever have a private student working on instrument and wanting to do like safety pilot time, building up instrument hours, get some time with a double I first, actually working on the things that you need to be working on, so that all of your instrument time isn't just cross country, not actually doing the scan and everything. Because it kind of seems like this pilot and student is like, okay, he's got his 35 hours of instrument time that don't need to be done with the double I. Now he just needs the 15 hours of the double I, and then he's gonna go take his check ride. No, that's not how it works. So sorry. I've had moments recently where I'm just like, these freaking students are gonna give me an aneurysm or high blood pressure or whatever it is. So like, anyway. So, as I usually do with instrument students, worked on pre-flight prep and procedures, the instrument cockpit check, the instrument scan, fundamentals, constant speed and rate climbs and descents, climb and descending turns, changing airspeed and straight level flight, and GPS ops. So, and there's things that have happened where I did the checkout flight with him, and I can never stop being an instructor, so there's certain things that I've mentioned to do and practice and didn't do in practice since then. So now that he's in my hands, I can get at him. And then he does. He want, like, whenever students want to go commercial at some point, it's like, okay, then this is the stuff that you have to do. You need to be more proactive. You need to be more precise. You need to actually be checking the things and doing the things, and namely the final walk around. So that. So for the pre-flight, doing everything thoroughly, adding in those specifics for the instrument. So like our antennas, like you should be checking these things anyway, but these are specific, like making sure you do for instrument. Antennas, pitot heat, clock, and temperature gauge. And then on the taxi, the instrument cockpit check for taxi. So our attitude indicator, DG, vertical speed indicator, like turn and bank coordinator, those things on the taxi, making sure those are working. As well as procedures of making sure all of your stuff is set. GPS is set, put a departure in there. Even if you're coming back to that place, you have that's also your destination. Getting used to those things, checking your squawk code, checking your time. So just really starting them off doing those things that they like, law of primacy sort of a thing. So yeah, did that. Again, worked on the fundamentals, just really being precise about straight and level, turns, climbs, descents, the relationship between pitch, power, speed, all of that stuff. And there was like, he mentioned doing that was a lot different than just doing the cross country, and I was like, yes, it is. So yeah, did that, tried to tucker him out a little bit. I always try that. He said he was okay though. And then yeah, there's certain things where it's we'll see. There's always at least a little time starting with a student where you gotta find your mesh. So we'll see how that goes. All right, so that was that. And then had a lesson with commercial students, and I got over 500 cross country time. Yay, so I'm at all minimums except the 1500. So we had planned with commercial student, we had said we were going to do, the last time we had talked, we were going to do cross country, because I had told him, get your cross country time in too. Whenever you go flying, get the cross country time in. But whenever we would do that, it would like really take, we wanted to get to the commercial maneuvers so he could be practicing those on his own when he went and flew on his own. We would end up having not that much time left after that. So this time it was like, okay, we're just gonna go practice the stuff that we need to practice, get him through at least the power off 180s. And what we ended up doing was soft and short field takeoffs. We practiced his lazy eights, chandelles, steep turns, steep spiral to a power off 180, power off 180s, and go arounds. So it all went pretty well. His steep, lazy eights were pretty good. Had some on the descent. He ended up getting a little bit aggressive with that. I think because he gained too much altitude, because he didn't end up pitching down in that first part of the lazy eight like he should have. So we went through that, and I had to, yeah, I did. It's been reminding me that I have not done that stuff in a while, and doing it in different aircraft is, the last time I did them was probably the either the 150 or the constant speed 172 over at Work Airport. So doing it in home airplane was actually, it's been a bit. So yeah, rust is real. So decided I needed to start practicing that stuff so I can actually properly teach the stuff. So we did that. Lazy eights, chandelles were pretty good. Steep turns were pretty good. The one thing is, talked about even with my steep turns in the multi, like maintaining the speed. Is it like, does the examiner want that? Does the examiner not want that? It's part of the standard, so you should, but then it just throws off your aerodynamics and blah, blah, blah. So that's interesting and fun. His steep spirals weren't that great, but working on them. And then his power off 180s were pretty good. First one, not so much, and then got the next ones. And yeah, good. So finally able to do that so he can go practice them on his own, as well as, yeah, he liked doing the power off 180s, so he'll have fun doing that. Excellent, amazing. And then was supposed to have day at Work Airport, including with instrument student, consistent instrument student, but he couldn't get off work, so I went and flew by myself at first, and went and did some ATP cross country. Like I said, I don't need it anymore, but it's good to have, I guess. And then just like toured, did whatever I kind of wanted. It was supposed to be a really clear day, and some stuff ended up moving in. And at a point, I saw a bit of green on the radar, and was passing by it, and I saw the shower happening, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I wonder what it would be like. I've gone into the green before. I've flown in green radar rain before. And then I looked at it a little more and I was like, you know, that looks a little, I don't know, that looks a little more than green. And I look again at my radar and it had turned red, yellow and then red. And I was like, oh my God, skedaddled out of there. It was just a little pocket, but it was just like, wow. Like I had just been thinking, oh, what if I just kind of went in that? So I read a thing recently where it's like green on the radar, green takes the bugs off, yellow takes the paint off, and red takes the wings off. Don't want that. So then what I did, and that's the thing, is I've gotten into a point, I don't know if you guys remember, I don't know, whoever's been along for the long haul from when I very first started, I have a certain personality where I can be a big baby about various things, and I've gotten a lot more comfortable in various ways. But when you're doing the same thing over and over and over, like I kind of like slip back into that sort of baby personality where it's like, what if I can't do it, and things like that. And it's like, I'm this far, I can do it, I just have to do it. So I ended up climbing like through some clouds very legally, and got like up at an altitude that I don't get to anymore because all I'm doing is frickin' pattern work and little cross countries to go practice instrument approaches that are like yay from the ground. So I climbed up and did like a long steep spiral all the way down, and that was pretty good. My first 2 turns weren't all that great, and then like the last 5,000 feet, 4,000 feet, 3,000 feet probably, at that point, were like spot on. Noodled around for a bit, practiced my power off 180s, and this was in the Constant Speed 172. They were crap. Sorry. Nailed 2 of them, I think. Again, the rest is real. And so, yeah, did that and filled up, and then was gonna go fly with my dad again. And we went, and I didn't really care what we did. He didn't really care what we did, but it was like, I was more chill than the last flights that we'd done because I got to where I wanted to be. I wanted to be sub 50 hours from 1500 by like before the end of May, and I got that. So I didn't really care what we did. Getting some extra time was going to be good, and I would do my best. Yeah, whatever he wanted to do. So we ended up flying, doing some cross-country stuff, saw some stuff on the way, and ended up heading to a grass airport I hadn't been to before, and he hadn't thought we were gonna land, and I hadn't, so I was planning we weren't gonna land, and then all of a sudden we figured out, okay, you know what, maybe we should land, and it was like, okay, I hadn't done this in a while. So heading back, getting all the stuff together, making sure I was all configured, ready to go, check the stuff, all the information for the airport, are we good? Yeah. And then there was somebody else. I saw them taxiing, I guess. I thought that they were taking off, so I said that runway. And I was like, oh, we're inbound for this runway. And they're like, hey, we're actually going to be taking off from this runway. And I was like, oh, okay, because it didn't have weather reporting there either. So I could have looked around. I could have looked around at various airports like nearby to see what they were doing. However, my 500-hour flight, I did that where I didn't check the weather at a nearby airport because this weather over here was favoring this runway. And then I had somebody, as I was coming in for the down, I made my call, and somebody called and said, it's actually favoring this way. And I was like, oh, okay. So, you learn something and then you don't learn something, and then anyway. If we would have gotten close, I would have checked the windsock and been like, oh, actually it's favoring this runway, and doing that. So, made to do a cross the field to enter the pattern for that runway, but they had taken off and were getting into the downwind, so I was like, firewalls it to climb over, do a teardrop entry, rather than like risking any sort of conflict there. So came around, they landed, came in, we landed, stopped off, went and checked out the FBO a little bit, signed in for the first time, maybe the second time ever, and got back in, took back off, did a little sightseeing, decided to fly over home airport on our way back, did some more sightseeing, saw some like cool fun stuff on the ground, different lights and everything for the time of year. Bonfire, brush fire thing, whatever, controlled. That was cool. Came back in and I did. I was getting pretty close to my like limit at that point. So that was good to be aware of. And yeah, landed it, and that was it. I think that's it. We're good. And as of now, I've gotten everybody slotted in for this next week. I just got to figure out whether I'm doing a solo for my multi-flight this week, or if I can get it in with my instructor, and or I think I have there. And this is the thing, because it looked nice this whole coming week, and now there's potential weather, and I'm like, it's gonna make me nuts. But it is what it is. It is what it is. And yeah, potentially figuring out other things and arranging and being up for stuff. So, okay, sorry, coming back. BRB, you need food. It sounds good. Yes, I am also going to be in need of the food. So I think we're ready to get to, you need to start getting in the habit, in the sim yourself, getting on Unicom by default. Right, yep. And this is why I want to get through my MEI, and I want to get through my hours in real life so that I can kind of chill out a little bit and branch out in here, because that was one of the things I was talking to. We're really far, so let me actually get this handled here. Let's get the approach up. We had a VOR, and we're going, oh yeah, directly to that, and we're going to activate. Okay, going direct to the VOR, and we want to get down to, probably 3,000. Oh gosh, we got a ways. It looks like 2,000. You know what? We're just gonna go 2,500 because I don't want to deal with it. Unless we're gonna run into something. We'll get down to 4,000 because that's our what's it here. So we'll do that. We'll get down to 4,000 because we're good there. And then as we move closer, we'll end up at that. Okay. So, yeah. So I've been, yeah. Talking to different people, like professional and like personal, and like it is, I'm like really trying to figure out and find work-life balance sort of a situation. And I found out last year that I need to start doing that, so I started doing that in like January. New year, new me. But then there's these like spikes of time where I have to like just lock in and get stuff done, and I'm okay with that. I'm very dangerous over short distances, but it can get difficult, especially when I'm not able to come hang out with you guys and like do other stuff. Like actually, I'm coming up on 1,500 hours, coming up on minimums, ATP minimums, so I can start like going out for like sending applications for jobs. And there's part of me that's like not all that enthused about it, because like I have a bunch of instruction time in Cessnas, so I don't have a lot of multi-time. I have words I can't say because I'm a lady, all for turbine time, and that's the stuff that anybody hiring wants to see. So I kind of realized that too a little, I don't know, April or May or something like that, where I've been kind of like focusing on my students and not really, I hadn't been putting out applications for other sort of low-level jobs where I could get that multi-time, get that potential turbine time, or just get be okay with opportunities, or find opportunities where I can get just comfortable in just different aircraft. So so I'm like, I want to get through like minimums and everything, and then hopefully start doing, I don't know, figure out different things. So utilizing the sim for those different avionics things, different airplane things. So the guy I was talking to, friend of friend instructor, who has a job with cool planes, and at some point he's gonna let me fly with him when the planes are back up in action. He's also a simmer, and he's given me crap about, like, I was flying in the 150 for, like most of my time has been in the 150. And so I don't have, like, either in real life or in the planes, I haven't had experience with autopilot. I haven't had experience with different avionics and things like that. So I've been starting to take that and trying to, at least with this, do my multi stuff, but there's so many other, like, avionics and autopilots and things like that that I could be practicing in and working on and being okay with, like, getting better at for that. So I want to be able to do other things and actually work more on myself and be more well-rounded as a pilot, and in my personal life as well, including hanging out with you guys more and doing, I know you guys like the flight simming and everything, but I also like doing the reading and, like, the games and stuff like that. So it's, I don't know, at some point I want to get back to those types of things too. Okay, I'll get the approach up. We're coming up on 19 miles. Oh, okay. So the ABCs and so this is something like my instrument student at home airport comes to mind. I don't know. It's like I wonder about, like, whether or not I don't know, am I actually capable of recognizing if a student, like, absolutely is not capable of doing stuff? So, like, I've had certain experiences where I'm like, maybe, or is it just me? Like, is it a them thing or is it a me thing? I always like to assume it's a me thing because I don't like to assume people can't do stuff. But there've been and I also so this is what I'm thinking. So my instrument student at home airport, there's certain things, like, we've gone over. He started at a 141 with glass airplanes, low wing, and tower, ATC stuff, and so all the fancy, and he ended up so now he's over at home airport where everything is character building and steam gauge and high wing Cessna, things like that. And so we do ground stuff, and we've gone over certain things, and then there's certain things, and like, where I feel like we've gone over and stuff just doesn't click from one lesson to the next. And so I do it, like, it can be, like, a little bit frustrating from an instruction point of view, because I'm like, okay, well, I want to be able to move on from this sort of a thing, or, like, this should be the standard by now. Like, we've been flying together for how long, and yet this is still not a thing that's happening. But then I also think about, like, okay, am I thinking of a different student where we've gone over this stuff and, like, I'm getting that mixed up? So I hope not. I don't think so. So I was gonna say, my one thing is the ABCs of instrument approaches. You start out, you ATIS, you AWAS, you altimeter, then you build it, bug it, brief it, and then you call, and then you do your checklist. And it's like, we've talked about that, like, and it still isn't sticking. But it's not just him. It's been with other students too, and sometimes they're better than others. Like, they'll do really well this time and then not well this time, or they'll forget it this time when they've done it before. So it's interesting. So I think about like earlier when I was talking about the owner of the Baron, and where I would get frustrated with him, like, trying to correct me on stuff too fast, where it's like, let me have the time to figure it out myself. I don't want to be that person either. But if they're absolutely not getting the things, we need to figure it out. So there was, I don't remember if I told this story, with instrument student, the last lesson, there were just like a few things that it's like, I swear we've talked about, we've gone over, and one of the things was, we got our clearance, departure to destination airport, got our clearance, he got it from me, on the ground, we take off, and we're supposed to go in line with the course, follow your course, that's what you're cleared to, that's what your clearance is. And he takes off, and he hasn't contacted center yet, that first initial contact with center, and he blows right through the course, and he's still continuing, and he asked me, like, am I allowed to turn or something? And I'm like, yes, you follow your course. And it's like, we've been doing this, we've done this every single time, I think. And then, like, what was the next thing? As we were coming in, we did, yes. He wasn't following his needle. Like, his needle, he got onto the course, and then his needle would get fully deflected. So I bopped the range all the way out, so he's not using the GPS in order to, like, have that, you have it for situational awareness, but use your course indicator. So then I bopped that out, and he goes to try to direct enter. And it's like, no, we don't do that. We've talked about this, because you don't direct enter until you've gotten clearance to do so. You didn't. We're on our course. And then there were some other things, and it turned out that, like, there were some like technological issues that were happening, which his ForeFlight went down, so then he was having to use his phone, and then things were happening, and so it was a little bit of a ish, and then other things, and that was when, we did the RNAV, circle to land, missed approach, hold, VOR, DME arc, and then just the Victor airway tracking and back. So there were some things to go over. But it's surprising sometimes. Like, we've done this before. I swear we've done this before. And it's not like we started out. It's not like we were, like, through the whole flight and he was tired. It was right at the beginning of the flight, and just, like, blowing right through the course and not flying the plane. It's like, fly the plane. What are we using to navigate? Okay. Speaking of, I'll see if this works. It's not gonna work. We're too high again. Speaking of, we've gone over this. So yeah, it is. It's oh, actually, we can get down to 2,300. So yeah, like, this is why. I have stuff happen in the sim, I have stuff happen in my own training, I have stuff happen in my own flying, where I do, like, it helps, I hope, maintain a level of patience that is required, because it's just, that's how learning works, that's how training goes. But I worry about, not worry, but I wonder about, like, giving the benefit of the doubt when it shouldn't be given, if that makes sense. 2,600 is what we're getting to. I am gonna get my gear in. Oops. Oh, the other thing I forgot about. I might have to tell that one on the ground. Yeah, we'll tell that one on the ground. Oh, shoot. I was actually supposed to... Ooh, shoot. Oh, I was supposed to do flaps, not gear. Ah! See? See? This is why. Everybody gets grace. Because of the silly things I do. Okay. Going like here, going like there. Oh, not that one. We're doing the Baron checklist today. Coming down, first notch of flaps in, 2,500, 2,300 for the Dabro. Ugh, I messed that up. I thought we... What? Oh, okay, we're not at Besser yet. Oops. So we weren't supposed to get to 2,300. Dummy. Dummy, 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 dummy. See? See? God dang, I'm sorry. Ooh, tried pilot controlled lighting. It's a mod for MSFS 2024. Lets you actually click the radio. Really? They have it? That's awesome. Yay, 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 yay. Oh, well, yeah. It's... I want to get to, now we're at Dabro. Okay, so now we're there. We're gonna maintain blue, so we're gonna go there. All right. So, 3 greens. Descent, cowl flaps close, holds closed. They are closed. Mixture's rich. Props, we're gonna leave because props sink. Sorry, I drank a lot of energy drinks, so I'm about... I am hungry, I got other things to do, I am not safe. This is why we're ending. Okay, so we're here, we're there, we're getting to Dabro. 2,311. Oh, shoot, you know what? I think we have to circle for this one. Oh, wait, we're calm. We're landing. Yeah, we're just gonna do it. 2,300 to Dabro. Once we get, can I approach? Nope. Oh my God. Okay. Yep. Brake pedal test, landing light. Cleared for both. Oh my God, I'm sorry. This whole stream has been a disaster. I appreciate you guys. Prop sync goes off along with our, what's it called? 3 greens. Fuel is on, undercarriage 3 greens, mixture is best, props high RPM, flaps. We got 1 notch. And after Dabro, we can continue down to 1180. Yeah, 1180, we're doing it. So 1200 on our autopilot, I think, is what we're gonna be able to do. Creeping. Oh, and it's slightly that-ish way. So we're coming up on it. I don't know when yeah, that's fine. I'm just leaving it. I don't care. I'm seeing my nav needle go like that, and I just don't want to deal with it. Going to Dabro, we're 1.4 miles out, so within 2 nautical miles, terminal, GPS. We will hopefully switch to VLOC. I hope it will switch us to VLOC. I think it does. It did for the ILS, so we'll see. If not, we'll switch it and hope it... Actually, now that I say that, course 09. Oh God. Okay, fuel's fine. Coming to Dabro. Okay, so we need to start descending. You know what? I'm just gonna take it off. I don't want to deal with it. Okay, descending, powering back. Ugh. Okay, 1180, so 1200, getting down. What was I doing? I was doing something. Oh yeah, that thing. There. Of course it is. There, that's what I was doing. One more. There we go. All right, on there. All right, so I want to be at 15 inches actually, and blue line, or 110 to 115. Final approach fix inbound or coming up, whatever. 1200. 800 minimums. Usually we do a 1000 and a 500, but oop, that's probably a little aggressive. We'll hold it about there. $500 minimums. And again, it's going to be slightly offset, so we got to land that way. Doesn't have to be that aggressive. Ah, I cheated. All right. Ugh. Coming up on 1200. Would you stop it? Bring power back a smidgy more. Oops, get back on that course line. Coming up on minimums. There's minimums, looks out, sees it, lands it. Hopefully. Let's see what happens. Third, second, whatever not. Oh, frick, what was that? What button? Ah, did I push? Sorry. Second notch of flaps, landing flaps, 3 greens. Autopilot, boost pumps, cowl flaps, flaps. 3 greens, maintain, oops. Maintaining, oh my god, ugh. Chicken's table is going to be. Oh, that was another thing that I forgot to say. Okay, a couple things. Couple little tidbits from the other stories. Okay, so, in the Baron, the second landing we did. So, I would like to do pattern work in the Baron to really get like the, I don't know, side picture or understand it, because apparently I think I flare too early. But when I tried to keep it going down more, I might have ended up tapping the nose gear a little bit. So like that was frustrating. Yeah, so not that I will get pattern work in the Baron, but would be nice. Other thing, so yeah, so the guy I was talking to, he does fly the Baron, and the door actually ended up opening in flight. It is a little bit of a tricky door. And I asked him, I was like, were you able to get it shut like in the air? Because for some reason I was thinking maybe you could, but he's like, no, he ended up just landing and shutting it and going. And he's like, yeah, at 200 knots, that thing isn't shutting. And so I was like, well, that's usually why we close it on the ground. But yeah, he gives as good as, well, yeah, I get as good as I give there. He's the one who gives me crap about avionics and autopilot and stuff, and the sim. So then the other mini story, so my second, okay, so, well, okay. Trying to figure out how to do this proper story time. So on our landing coming in, oh yeah, so my multi-instructor took a phone call while I was in the pattern landing. Oh, so we landed, and then I wanted another one because I didn't like it. I didn't manage the energy the way that I wanted to for that landing. So I wanted another one. We came back around. He takes a phone call during it. And I just keep doing what I like, because I am, whatever. But it was a little bit like, and he came out and said it. He's like, oh, I sure trust you, after he was done with his phone call. And I was like, yeah, interesting. And again, so I was right seat. He was the one who had the brakes, and there were other people in the pattern, other people waiting to take off. One specific plane was holding short. I think, or he lined up and waited. I don't know. I can't remember exactly how this went down, but we landed and he was trying to get on the brakes to get off of the runway before that person. We ended up in the grass a little bit. So not just me who does the grass taxi, as well as they have runway taxiway lights at that airport. So we ended up having to shut down the right engine to make sure that the prop wasn't gonna hit, as well as make sure that the whole engine, because there's the wing, right, and then the engine. All right, so let's recreate this. So yeah, so the light was like right here. So we shut down the engine, the right engine, and then also had to make sure it wasn't gonna get like knocked by this part of it. So we were like slightly on-ish the runway, and the other guy just ended up taking off behind us. And my MEI said afterwards that he's kind of the reason why he wanted to get off the runway was because of like that the person who was taking off is kind of a little, yeah. So I was like, I didn't fully care, like whatever. It was an adventure. So we did. We shut that engine down. I got out. I made sure that the light was gonna like actually. I also noticed. Oh yeah, flaps. We got to get the flaps up because otherwise that was gonna knock the thing off. So yeah. So we did. He was able to taxi a little bit with the one engine off. So actually, no, hang on. Yeah. He was able to taxi a little bit with the left engine so that it went underneath here so that he could turn this engine on again and actually get us back onto the taxiway. And then, yeah, I hopped in, we went back, and we had that whole conversation, and it was like, so that person is known for shenanigans, I guess, so he didn't want to be on the same runway, and I did. I had my whole comment where it's like, you know, it should, like, what it is you're landing, it's your runway until you're friggin' off, not to other people. Anyway, so yeah, so that was like a thing where that was, again, as a student, it didn't detract from what I think of him as an instructor. I know how that goes and everything, but it was also like, looking back, I had the embarrassing, almost like wing knock recently that I was all embarrassed, and like I was wondering how like my student felt about that because he was there, and it's like, I don't want to be that instructor that, like, I don't know, that students look at and are like, why am I letting them teach me and stuff. So it was actually kind of nice that my MEI had a little bit of a snafu after I had a little bit of a snafu, and it's just like, stuff happens and you deal with it and you figure it out. So anyway, we'll quick shut down. I'll get back to chat. So not quick shut down. Oh, that's the other thing. For some reason, a couple of my students, I'm trying to think. Yeah. A couple of my students, instrument training students, they've been just, and this, it does piss me off. They'll just taxi in, reach right for the mixtures and cut them off before doing anything else. And so the one time it happened, it was with my instrument student over at work airport, after we had this whole like thing where he needs to be doing the pilot stuff, and like checking the weather, making sure you're landing on the right freaking runway and things like that. And he does. We taxi up to the fuel, and he reaches and he cuts off the mixture. I slam that sucker back in and say, "Do your." It was, yeah. So there've been some, yeah, and it does. It just surprises me, the ones that do, and it's like, I'm gonna get a. And I did the same thing with new instrument student, checkout instrument student, where he goes and he just reaches and he like to shut off the mixture, and I think I might have slammed that back in too. And I was like, "Do your checklist." And I was like, maybe that was a little aggressive for the second time of us flying together. But it's like, I'm so sick of them like just leaving all the stuff on. So yeah, anyway, I'm sorry. Landing lights, taxi light, nav light, strobe light. Oh, I should have turned all that. I promise I do this stuff in real life. All the stuff that I'm complaining about, other people not doing, and then I'm not doing it. In the sim! In the sim. But again, it is. It's one of those. I do. You get upset with them because you recognize that it's happening, but then you realize that when stuff happens, when you do it, it's like, yeah, it happens. So then you try to give a little grace when you have those things happen, if that makes sense. So finding that balance between needing them to really do better than I do. Yeah, finding that balance between like making sure that they remember the lesson and giving the grace that nobody's perfect, sort of a thing. So yeah, it's been interesting. Fuel pump, okay, so after landing, flaps up, fuel pumps, cowl flaps. Well, we're on the ground now, so that can't possibly be us. Strobes, landing light, taxi light, de-ice, pitot, heat, heater, mixture as required, did that. Trim for takeoff, transponder, altitude, squawk. Oh, it's this button. Oh, geez, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, gosh, sorry. Okay, that's fine. Transponder, altitude, squawk. Well, it was what it was at, and then we turned it all off. ELT, verify silent, avionics off, AC off, fuel pumps off, mixture full. All right, continue. And I will say too, so mixture, master mags. Lights off, cowl flaps close again. My gosh. Something's messed up. Cowl flaps close. Hubs tack, control lock, tacks, tie downs, pitot cover, baggage doors. So we do all that in here. So yeah, and that's one of those things. Again, I've mentioned that, like, yeah, I do. I want to be a better instructor. I want to be a better pilot and things like that. And so like I try to do those things and I pray to do those things. And then all of a sudden I'm gonna go mother. There. The opportunities that are given for me to do those things end up being embarrassing ones, or like, yeah, hard lessons to learn, sort of a thing, which makes sense, but yeah, anywho. So, okay, coming back, I'm sorry. You have heard of it, but you refuse to spend another $70 and Microsoft and Sobo still can't even figure out viable MP views from the world map, plus keeping your setup as lean as possible. Right, most of these extra tools are not very rigorously tested, so you're very slow to trust them. And that's the thing, like, that's why I'm still in Microsoft 2020, like, with all the stuff that I have going on. I want to get into it at some point, and I want to get different aircraft and try those and everything. It's just, ugh. All the IRL stuff that needs to happen when I don't know if it's gonna work out right. So I've heard good things, like things are getting better, but also not sure. Pilot should just stop. This is why I need to think before I talk. In a car, the engine should be the last thing on, last thing off. You're assuming what plane would be similar. Right, and that's why it's on our checklist. Make sure it's not gonna say anything. Yeah. Avionics go off first. The avionics always go off first. The avionics get turned on after the engine is on. So you check before you even turn the engine on that all of the stuff is shut off. No avionics master on, nothing like that. Blah, blah, blah. So to have freaking, and I wonder, like, they've learned one way, but also there are pilots who are able to not look at the checklist and just do the things because they actually know what they're supposed to do and in what order. So students don't want to do checklists because they want to be real pilots and stuff like that. And it's like, guess what? Real pilots use checklists. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's been a thing. So patience. Patience. But yes. But that's one of the things is, like, for the checklist, the avionics go off, but the lights stay on. They're not in the order. Avionics go off, the lights get turned off after the engine. I always turn the lights off with the avionics before I shut off the engine, kill the mixture. So, I don't know. Yeah, graces for the week. Battery generally is the last thing off. Right. Okay, yeah, sorry. So avionics go off, all the electrical stuff goes off, apart from the lights, I guess. Mixture goes full lean, so kill the engine. Master and or mags and master, whichever. Keys off, master, switch off. Yes, there you go. You have so many issues with 2024. At the moment, 2020 is still your happy place. Okay, see, and that's the thing. I'm gonna go like this. I keep like again wanting to, feeling bad that I haven't gotten to 2024 yet, but then I hear things like that and I'm like, I'm glad I haven't put the time in yet. So, I don't know. Anywho. Okay. What? Karin! Where are you? Did you go get food? You probably went and got food. We talked about that, didn't we? Well, I hope it's tasty. I'm gonna get out of the sim. I gotta go get food too and do other things. So, all right. Oh, that's a really cool. Look at that sun. Oh, pretty. Okay, sorry. Okay, main menu. Okay, that should be it. So, and it is. So, I apologize so much for all the technical difficulties throughout the stream. I don't know what was happening. I think that's why I usually don't stream during like the day. I assume it's like an internet issue usually at night and people aren't streaming, or not streaming, but using the internet and stuff. So it's probably wider open, or I don't know, maybe it's something else. So, oh shoot, little nav map. Little nav map. Sim can go out, listen to that, get the little nav map up, quick look at it. So we started here, we went there, we continued flying and then went direct to it while I finished story time, and then came back and did the approach and landed. Well, we tried to land, but just we came in too high, and so I was doing a diving approach, and then by the time I got to the runway, Chicken's table was in the way of my yoke, and so I pranged it, and then my track IR went wonk, so I couldn't see, and we crashed. So we restarted, and in the air, and then we continued, and we overflew the field again. Finished story time ? Came back around, beautiful. Oh yeah, and we got that set up, and it went back to the GPS. I loaded the approach, but it decided to activate the leg from the airport to the initial approach fix. So that's what that was. And then we procedure turned, went in, landed just fine, turned around, came back, took off. I don't know what was happening, but we were full power. Everything looked like it was going fine. It was, again, probably a me problem. However, sorry, we aren't here. Why are you, for the love, never mind. Came up, no, yeah, here, sorry. We weren't climbing at full power, and our speed was low, so stuff wasn't right. So I killed it, and we started again in the air, and then as we were doing that, everything was messed up, and we died and died again because we overstressed the aircraft, and then I figured out I was doing a little something silly, which we're not gonna talk. Okay, so our speed was really high, and so what I did was I was nosing down for some reason. And so then once I figured out that I was doing dumb things, we figured out how to not stress the aircraft and got out of it, got ourselves together, and flew. Way overshot, finished story time, and then came back and flew, right? No. Oh no, we overshot, directed back. Then we did, oh yeah, then we did, oh, I didn't do steep turn to the other side, whatever. We did multi-maneuvers, talked about that, did steep spiral? Yeah, steep spiral, apparently that's what that was. And then went back, finishing story time, and then did the approach, and in. Yep, there we go. Oh no, what did you do? Okay, real pilots do checklists. I love it. That I can get behind. Let me, I kind of want to put it, can I put it on? Hang on. Let me see if I can, I'm gonna get out of the sim so that the sound isn't going. I'll go like that, make sure. Put that on a t-shirt, right? I'm gonna be really aggressive, aren't I? Quality is awful. See if I can get it at least that. Oh gosh. Web. Oh, you can't see me. Hang on. Let me, is it, hang on. Shoot. Can I pop this out and make it smaller? That's fine. You don't have to see me. Pretend I'm talking. Also, there are pilots who are able to not look at the checklist and just do the things because they actually know what they're supposed to do and in what order. So, students don't want to do checklists because they want to be real pilots and stuff like that. And it's like, guess what? Real pilots use checklists. Like it is. That's the way that it is. Anyway, sorry. It is. It's just so it's funny. The expectations that students have coming into flight training and what they end up keeping through flight training. Like I said, the ones that are doing that are students in instrument training. So like, I mean, okay, they've at least gotten through their private pilot training. So you'd think that there would be yeah, anyway. But there are like, I can look back and I had certain misconceptions about flying and aviation and planes and stuff like that. So like, again, trying to give a little bit of that grace. Again, grace is for the weak. No. But yeah, finding that balance between having to be an authority and tell them the way it frickin' is, but also, yeah, recognizing those, like, you're gonna have hitches in learning, in training, and like everybody does it, and it is normal. And being able to, I have had my instructors gave me a lot of grace. So I can return the favor to my own students. So, or pass that grace along. So yeah, it is. It's weird. It's a learning experience. It's always a learning experience. I really need a web browser only scene. I do have one, but it's oh, you know what? You know what I could do? So that the web full, or yeah, the one that I have is basically, it's more for like sky vector and stuff. So I should probably figure that stuff out. I don't put you guys' clips up that much because whenever you clip things with me, it's embarrassing. So I don't want to rewatch that. So yeah. Can't hear the audio. There it is. Yes. Yeah, it is. Like I have had students do that, say that, whatever. And like, they don't want to end up, they don't want to use their checklist. And that's exactly why, is because they think that not using the checklist means they're a real pilot, good pilot. And it's like, And then you tell them, and it's like they still don't listen. And sorry, devolving into complaints. Sorry. Anyway, we're gonna move on. Item 1: make a checklist. Yes. You know what? Checklists are good for all the things. You can use them inside aviation, outside of aviation. Item 2: follow the checklist. Exactly. So anyway, before I think of anything else or whatever, we're gonna look. We're gonna look. What do we got? What do we got here? That's fine. We'll go over here. Go here. We'll move that. We'll figure out where you guys are going. We'll go like that. So yeah, as I'm looking, oops. I do. I'm sorry for Krabby Stream. the what's it called? The technological difficulties, and just stuff not going right, and then me doing silly stuff and things then not going right either. I'm sorry. And then yeah, like the IRL stuff going through, and complaining about that too. So I apologize. I appreciate you guys being here and putting up with that. And nope. See what this is. No. We don't have any. Oh, hang on. I know what we're doing. Item 3: refine the checklist, and item 4: follow the freaking checklist. See item 2. And that is, and again, and that's the thing is like, I don't. You can't always tell whether they're like, yes, they have the checklist out and they're looking at the checklist and they're kind of following the checklist, but if they miss something on the checklist, is it because they are not actually following the checklist, they're just pretending to follow the checklist and they're missing the items like that? Or is it because they're looking at the checklist and going, like we talked about earlier, going over here, coming back here and missing it, right? So I do. It is. It's always a learning experience. So yes, again, yeah, so from here right now, for the next month ish, I am going to be grinding out hours, focusing on that, getting to that 1,500 minimum, and then so hopefully maybe the next time you see me, I'll be all ATP ready. And then right after that, I've started working through my applications. I've started working on applications so that they're ready to go once I actually hit that number. Yes, I could put them out beforehand, but it's like at this point, I'm this close, I might as well just wait. At least that's my thing. As well as I got one cover letter, not cover letter, one recommendation letter. I have to ask 2 more people, and I haven't gotten around to it for recommendation letters. And I've had to work on my cover letter. So that was interesting. I need to find out, like, so I got it done, but I don't know. I've heard that you should do it slightly like your resume is the objective stuff. They can look at that and see all the objective stuff. In the like for the cover letter, you should put a little bit more personality to it. So I tried to do like sort of a mixture of both where it's not too flowery, but it's got a little bit of personalization, as well as putting in all of the, okay, this is why I would be good for your company. And then for each company, customizing it a little bit where with all their little, I go and I do the little research and be like, okay, they like to use these code or like these words, like integrity and customer service and things like that, and kind of slipping that in there. So just kind of like having that sort of base cover letter and then adjusting it slightly for that. So yeah, yep. So I have it down, and I have to find out whether or not it's actually good or not. So gotta go. Lots of sports on. Sounds good. Have fun. And yes, we're heading out too. And yeah, so yeah, thanks for flying along. Appreciate it as always. Good to see you. And I'll do all the things before I forget any of the things. Where is it? Sorry. So yes, Kithrick, thank you for the resubscription. Nicole Nebo, thank you for the bits. Gigantify an emote. And Surly Dev, you reached your 5-stream streak. Thanks for being here. And again, I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong. Kaharia, thank you for the raid. And thank you raiders for being here, and thank you everybody else for being here as well. I appreciate it so much. So whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Again, apologies for all the things. Thanks for putting up with me and my shenanigans and my little crabbinesses and like outbursts. Yeah. So, thanks. I'm not usually like this. But yes, I do. Thanks for sticking around for the technological things and all that. And if I've forgotten anything, brain is mush. And have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all the good things. So yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. Good night. Good night. We'll send it over. Let me get it together. I will be, again, I need to go get food and do other things. So I need to, this one. There we go. We'll go here. So ready to go there. So yes, thank you guys. I do appreciate it. Sorry again. I won't stop saying sorry. But yeah, have fun in the raid. And yeah, see you guys next time. Again, hopefully we'll have to see. Like the end of June is going to be a little bit weird, but I might end up doing like a 29th or 30th stream. So because after that weekend, after this month, I'm hoping to take a little bit of time off. And yeah, do some stuff. So maybe we'll have a weekday sort of a stream situation. And I'll be ATP Men's with some applications out, and we'll see where it goes from there. Wait! I'm not usually like this. No, oh no, I forgot you have a 5-stream streak. Yes, I am. Calling me out. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Well, I mean, you stuck around this long, so I guess it's amusing and entertaining. So on that note, touche. All right, so well, we'll see what happens next time then. Make it 6 streams, and we'll see if things have changed. So again, have fun. Have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Thanks for being here. All the good things. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bye.